We're live, pal. I think we're live. I'm pretty sure we're live. I hope we're live. It says I'm live. I hope that's the case. For some reason, it doesn't feel like I'm live. But I believe that we're live. What's going on here? Okay. I'm just looking at all the things. It's been a minute since I've actually streamed on here, so I'm actually taking in the studio layout here for probably the first time. Yeah, hopefully audio's okay. I hope it is. I was spending many a time in the audio mixer and all that here on OBS to make sure everything was running good. I should have music playing right now. It should be the Star Wars The Old Republic soundtrack. Hopefully that sounds good. I don't want it to be too loud so it doesn't, drown me out. But hopefully I'm not, I'm not quiet. So yeah, hopefully that all sounds good. Let's see. Got this. This should be good. I saw a quick flash there. Okay, so yeah, that was me jumping back and forth because I've got two monitors set up here. I've got one with the actual tier maker, and I've got one with the with everything else. I have OBS over here. I have the studio over here. I have the soundtrack over here. All right, so we got that running. Hopefully that all looks good. Yeah, and hopefully things here with the screen that you guys are seeing with the tier maker looks good too. So hopefully everything looks good, and hopefully everything sounds good. I just want to take a second to make sure everything's working all right. That's why I started before 11, and then we can jump in. Let's see. Let's make sure everything is... it still says excellent condition, which is fine by me. My only concern is that on the preview, because I haven't really streamed like this before, it says, like however much time has passed, about 3 minutes, out of an hour and 14 seconds. So that makes me concerned. I hope I don't have a limit. Ooh, that looked like that just froze for a second. Okay. Mr. Cowman, welcome. Glad to see you. Welcome. Hopefully everything sounds good. If you could be my audio check, do I sound good? Does everything sound good? Does the music sound good? Do I sound good? Does everything look good? Yeah, welcome in. Glad to have you here. I think I should be able to see chat in OBS and live stream. That is great to see. Sound good and everything looks good. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for spot checking me like that. Okay. So I guess I can run a little intro here. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Today we are going to be tier ranking every episode of the Bad Batch. I was actually going to add the 4 episodes from the Clone Wars, but I forgot. So my mistake. Maybe I'll black out the screen so I can actually import them maybe. But for right now, we're just gonna let it ride with just the episodes that we have here. I'll do a little bonus round maybe at the end where I say, all right, here's where I would rank all these episodes. So my bad. I was doing a demo run of this yesterday, and I put in those 4 episodes, but tier maker doesn't save it. So my bad. But this is not my tier list. Let me scroll down here so I can show you guys. It was, I believe, made by this individual, Dwambino, if that's how you say their name. So go follow them on Twitter or whatever may have you if they make some good tier lists. All right, so yeah, so here we have every episode of the show. We have 47? I think 47 episodes of the show. So there was 16, that's 32, and then 15, I think that makes 47. If my math does me right there. And then up here we have every tier in this list. the individual that made this, Dwambino. This is their list, so I didn't really change anything. I didn't change any of the wording here, any of the episodes here. So for our tiers, we have the top of the line tier, the greatest of all time. We have excellent, that's sort of our S tier. We have amazing, which is our A tier. We have very good, our B tier. We have good, which is our C tier. We have average, our D tier. Bad, our, was it E tier, I guess? We have very bad, which is our F tier, and then awful, which is our awful tier? Our Z tier? I don't know. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, thank you. That was I'm surprised that was like 6 months ago when I was doing the Spider-Man streams. I was looking at my live thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, that was 6 months ago? I gotta start streaming more. But yeah, no, it was a great time, and yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. But yeah, so we have all of our tiers here. I don't really plan on changing any of these, I don't think. I couldn't really think of any like clever names to replace them with, or I feel like it might be boring to just change them all to the letters. I'm not sure what awful would be, because very bad I feel like is the F tier, but awful is like F tier, but I don't know. Anyway, so I'll just be doing this episode by episode. I don't really plan on doing this out of order. We're gonna go ahead and just sort of do it by the book. Go through each episode in the show. I think there was one episode here I saw that was spelled incorrectly, and it was, here it is. This is supposed to be infested, but it's infested. So there's that. I didn't really see if any other ones were misspelled, but I'm sure that there might be. But okay, I think we can go ahead and maybe jump on in. Let me go over here real quick and just check how things are looking here on the YouTube side of things. It looks like everything is going good. Yeah, seems like it's still in excellent condition, which makes me happy. And then, yeah, so we can go ahead and start listing these up. So right out the gate, we have Season 1, Episode 1, Aftermath. Oh man, what an incredible start to the show. I love it. I love it so much. Oh yeah, the end of Spider-Man. Yeah, that was good. That was a good time. It didn't crash at all, which made me happy. But yeah, so we have Season 1, Episode 1, Aftermath, which starts out incredibly. We get Tom Kane's voice sort of one final time in the Clone Wars art style. I guess you could say the Clone Wars style. Hearing Tom Kane one last time, we get to see sort of what Revenge of the Sith would look like in Clone Wars with Anakin and Obi-Wan freeing Palpatine and Grievous, time to abandon ship. We get, oh my gosh, just a great introduction to the batch. For the people who didn't see the first 4 episodes from the Clone Wars arc in Season 7, this, I think, worked as a great introduction to their characters. Obviously, it helps to watch the Clone Wars because this is a sequel to the Clone Wars. But yeah, no, I think that this was such a good introduction to the characters. Sort of tells you what they're all about real quick, and then you jump right into Order 66. And yeah, I love how every character is portrayed here, because this is what I was going to bring up if I did the other 4 episodes from the Clone Wars arc, is that I wasn't really a fan of the Batch in the Clone Wars. I thought they were just too much of a caricature of what they are. It was like, for example, right, you have Crosshair, who's the sniper, so he's the soft-spoken one, who's like kind of aggressive towards his peers, He's, kind of keeps to himself. You have Hunter, who's got like the face tattoo and the hair and the bandana, so he's clone Rambo, and he's able to, like sense stuff, sense electromagnetic things. So he's sort of a caricature. You have Tech, who's the skinny one with the goggles, with the data pad, so he's the smart one, another caricature. And then you have Wrecker, who's the big guy, who's loud and rambunctious and very eager to get into the fight. So another caricature. And then Echo kind of became a caricature too, where he's like half cyborg, so he's able to, hack into everything. Yes, I wasn't really a fan of how they were portrayed. So getting that here, getting sort of a clean slate in a way, I really think I appreciate more how they were changed up. So how would I rank this episode? And also the introduction of Omega as well. And that ending scene, first time in space. It's a beautiful scene. How would I rank this episode? Oh goodness, I just saw the screen flash real quick, so sorry everybody. I want to go ahead and just check just to make sure everything's running okay. Still in excellent condition, it looks like. Okay. Alright, okay, how would I rank this episode? See, I don't know if I can give it excellent tier. I don't know if I can. I know there's going to be a lot of episodes that go into excellent, but I don't know if I can give it excellent. I think for me it's definitely... It's got to be amazing, right? It's just a really good introduction to the characters, a really good introduction to Omega, sort of the Camino conspiracy stuff going on with Tarkin. Tarkin is all about, evaluating if the clones are going to be good for the future of the Empire. I don't know. I think I'll give it amazing for now. I'm going to go with amazing because I think it's just such a solid start to the show. So yeah, we'll go with that for now. Okay. Jumping ahead now, we have Cut and Run, the second episode, which reintroduced us to Cut and his family, Cut LaQuaine and his family. That was really cool to see. At the end of the first episode, when Hunter's like, "Politicals for J19." And it's like, oh my gosh, J19, wait a minute. That's a flashback to Clone Wars when Koth was captured by Grievous and he's doing the hand signals in the hologram. And Obi-Wan's like, Seleucami sector, or Seleucami system, sector J19. So yeah, that was a cool little nod to that with let's go to Seleucami. So yeah, getting to see sort of the Empire as well establish their dominance in the galaxy. That's all great stuff. You see Rampart for the first time on that hologram, where he's telling people to exchange their invalid Republic currency for Imperial credits. That stuff's all well and good. I love that, the change, right? It would have been really cool to see Bark speeder troopers on Seleucami, since that's where we last saw them in Revenge of the Sith. But oh well. I get the idea, right? It's like it's meant to be the clones they're all now in pure white armor to signify that change to the Empire. And then yeah, and Hunter as well, sort of learning to be in this new father figure, this new fatherly position that he's in as well. Getting to see him sort of be like, okay, Omega, I can't deal with this kid right now. Cut is really good with kids, so Omega, you're going with him. And then Omega is very much adamant about staying with the team. And then she makes her way back and lets him know, like, hey man, I left with you. I want to be with you. We're in for the long haul here. And then Hunter's, yeah, I've got a lot to learn too, kid. So yeah, I think Cut and Run's a very good episode, and I think that's the area that ends up in. I really like the dynamic with the family dynamic that they're starting to build. Yeah, I think it's a solid, very good. Okay, then we have episode 3, Replacements, which hot out the gate, we're getting war crimes from Crosshair. We're introduced to the Elite Squad, which is really cool. I like that introduction. We get sort of that early, like, clone prejudice from ESO1, where he's like, how come they put a clone in charge? I thought that was pretty sweet to see that early dynamic where Crosshair is asserting his dominance, basically. I think that's all well and good. Them going back to the Saw Gerrera camp to finish what Clone Force 99 didn't do, I thought that was really cool. And also getting the formal introduction to Vice Admiral Rampart with Project Warmantle, which is cool to get a name drop of that, since that was mentioned in Rogue One. And then the Bad Batch took that one line throwaway and ran with it. And then I love on the Batch's side of things where Hunter and Omega are still learning to get on the same page, I guess. Where, Omega is wanting to be a part of these missions, but Hunter is very unsure about it because, she's just a kid. And they end up in the shuttle crash. Wrecker hits his head for the first time. That'll be a reoccurring theme for the next, 4 episodes. And then Omega learning to bond with the Ordo Moondragon to get the part back and get the ship out of there. That was really cool. I love Tech as well in that opening bit where, where Echo, right? It was Tech and Echo, and they're working on the ship to fix it. And then Tech's no important systems are affected. We're fine. And then they get thrown out of hyperspace and are crashing towards the moon. And Tech is oh, we still have life support. We're fine. I love that. And then, Crosshair just committing war crimes left and right. He kills the lady who doesn't tell him where Saw is. He kills ESO-1 after defying his orders. And then he has the rest of the squad kill the innocent civilians. So just war crimes all around for Crosshair. I think that this episode is another very good episode, but I think I might be able to be swayed for bottom of amazing. I think I'll put it above Cut and Run for sure. So the next up we have Cornered. We have the introduction of Fennec Shand. I think a pretty solid episode. I like the introduction of Fennec. I love how, even though we don't get this info until the next episode, how she's pretty new to the scene. But even though she is new to being a bounty hunter, she's still extremely competent, which we see with this episode. I like that Omega's still pretty naive to things, where she's like, oh, this is a lady who's going to help me find the rest of my squad. And, she's very, she's too trusting, as Crosshair would say in the beginning of season 3. I think that introduction to Fennec was really cool. And just highlighting Omega's naivety early on in the show. And then you have Hunter just playing the protective dad role pretty good as well. Just going right after Omega, and then when she's hanging from the comms tower, whatever that is, it's hanging. So that's all well and good. Another instance of Wrecker getting his head hit. That was another thing as well. Another hint at what would be later on. What else was there in the episode? Seeing the Empire come in and the Pantorans, because they're on Pantora. Pantorans and the other people there are like, yeah, Empire, woohoo, clones, we won. So I thought that was really cool to sort of see that twist as well, where on Seleucami in Cut and Run, you see the Empire coming in and they're like, we don't really like this because they're setting up the chain codes and all that. And then in Cornered, Pantora, a planet that didn't suffer under the Separatists, at least not for long, is, super elated at the change. So I like that dynamic. And then, of course, Echo playing the role of a droid and being sold. I think that's all great. I think Cornered is I think I'll probably put it in good. I think it's a pretty good episode. Let's see. Days of 2024. I think that's a great idea. I just haven't really been collecting. So I think that would be the only thing that would put a damper on it. But in terms of like my entire collection that I have, that would also be pretty tough because there's lots of figures that have sort of fallen out of grace. You know, they're either broken or whatever from years and years of owning them. But I'd love to do that one day. I'm not sure if it'll be in this year, sadly. But no, it's a great idea. All right, so we put Cornered in good. And then jumping to Rampage, episode 5, we're introduced to Sid. We go to Ord Mantell for the first time, which was cool, because previously in lore, when we saw Ord Mantell was during the Son of Dathomir arc, when Maul and the, not Crimson Dawn, the Shadow Collective, when they all went to Ord Mantell and then the Separatists came in, it was a big battle there. So it's cool to see Ord Mantell in this context shortly after that. We're introduced to Sid. Omega gets her little comlink thing for the first time. Batch get captured by Zygerians who have taken some slaves and plan to resurrect the slave empire. Batch are there to rescue a kid named Moochie. They don't know who Moochie is. Later would they know that it's a baby Rancor. So yeah, I love that. That's just a very fun little story there. And then you have the Batch fighting Zygerians, which I thought was pretty sweet as well. It takes the Batch out of their element, right? Because like Tech says in the episode after they get captured, he goes, this is not a standard military, operation, right? So they're very much out of their element, or at least out of their comfort zone, because there's no backing from the Republic. They have very little intel to go off of. Which isn't their fault. It's Sid's fault for not telling them. And yeah, I really like them sort of adjusting to this new like mercenary lifestyle. And then another instance of Wrecker hitting his head when he's fighting Moochie and then gets like rocks smashed on his head or something. He's just totally gassed by the end of that fight. And then we get a little cameo of Bib Fortuna. I thought that was really sweet as well, tying that in. Is Moochie one of Jabba's Rancors? I definitely don't think Moochie is Patissa in Return of the Jedi, but who knows? Maybe it's the Rancor in Book of Boba Fett. I don't know. But yeah, Rampage I think is also a good episode. I think it can probably go to the bottom of good. Not a bad episode. All right, Decommissioned. The Batch head to Corellia, and they meet the Martez sisters, which I was pretty surprised to see. I remember when watching that episode, I was like, oh my gosh, the Martez sisters, they're back? Which, admittedly, I wasn't the biggest fan of that arc in Clone Wars. I think the common sentiment is that it was an episode too long. I think it was episode 3, where they start out in the prison cell, and then things happen in the episode, and then they're back in the prison cell. So they could have shortened that arc out by one episode, but oh well. That's all well and good. Yeah, no, I like this dynamic with them too, where Trace and Rafa are like obviously they're not antagonists to the Batch, but they're here for their own thing. The Batch is, they're there for the same thing. They're there for the tactical droid head. But, they're not very antagonistic towards one another, at least not physically, most of the time. And so I appreciate that little thing there where it's like, yeah, obviously the Martez sisters aren't bad people. They just need the droid head for something else, which we learn later on. Yeah, and then Omega making use of the bow for the first time was, the first time, right? Yeah, it was the first time, when Sid comes up and lights up that target. So yeah, Omega sort of learning how to use the bow is good. And then, it's sort of a final hoorah of the droid army a little bit, until we get to a later episode. A final hoorah of the droid army when the tactical droid activates the droids. I didn't know that tactical droids could act as sort of like a I don't know, like a droid control ship type thing where he can activate all these decommissioned droids. Very bizarre. Yeah, I thought that was all cool. Very cool, because you get kind of like that droid army, I think, motif in that episode, I'm pretty sure. And And then, of course, one of my favorite dialogues in probably all of Star Wars, when Trace, Omega, and Rafa are together, and Trace is like, "We need to come up with a plan." And then Rafa comes in and is like, "What we need is a plan." And then Trace goes, "Is there an Echo in here?" And Echo runs up and is like, "Yes." And then she's like, "What?" He goes, "I'm Echo." I love that exchange so much. It's one of my favorite things ever. Very wholesome. And yeah, I think for that dialogue alone, that probably puts it at the top of good. But yeah, then the end of the episode sees the Martez sisters contact a mysterious robed figure. I wonder who that could be. And then we get that answer immediately in episode 7. Hello, hello! Welcome in! Welcome, welcome! So yeah, episode 7, Battle Scars. I think this is a phenomenal episode. Will it get amazing or excellent? We'll find out. But Rex being reintroduced to the squad was really cool. I love how it gives this sort of context to how Rex is perceived in the Empire when Tech sort of brings everyone up to speed and it's like, you were classified as, killed in action. I think that was really cool to get that, not explanation, because it doesn't really explain things when you get to Rebels. It kind of contradicts things when you get to Rebels. But I like how it sets that up, that Rex is believed to be dead after the events of the Clone Wars finale. And then Rex learning that the Batch know about the inhibitor chips, but don't really think it's a danger to them, but Rex knows because he's been through it all. And he even says, "I don't want to bury any more of our brothers." And then also how that puts Omega at risk as well. And that sort of clicks with Hunter, where he's like, okay, Omega's in danger. We need to do something about this. So they head to Braca, which is another really cool connection. I really like that, how they tie those things together. Because what year did Jedi Fallen Order come out? I think that was 2019. So to get that planet from this game in the, in this sort of Clone Wars story is really cool. I really appreciated that. And also I think it's weird how you don't really see any separatist ships in the Rebel, at least not clearly. So that kind of shows that Braca is probably a planet used by the Republic. But anyway, that's such a minor detail. Why am I talking about that? I'll probably be doing that a little bit, to be fair. But yeah, so they head to a Jedi cruiser. I don't know why they had to go to that one. I'm sure that there were closer ones nearby, but whatever. One thing that I hated, and I was going to talk about this if I put in the Clone Wars episodes of the Bad Batch. I hated that Fives gets like a brief little drop when Rex tells Echo that Fives had told him about the inhibitor chips. And then Echo doesn't really say anything. He's like, "Oh, it's still hard to believe now." Brother, that was your dude, man. You guys were partners. You guys were ARC Trooper partners and buddies since Domino Squad days. That broke my heart when there wasn't really much elaboration on the Fives stuff. Especially in the Clone Wars episode. I'll just say it now, because again, I forgot to put in the episodes from the Clone Wars arc. When Echo is freed and he's sort of, he's conscious again, and then Rex is like, "Echo, are you all right? Can you hear me?" And Echo's like, "Rex, I got a big headache." And that just broke my heart. I hated that so much. I really wish he would have said "Where's Fives?" Because he's been locked away the whole time. So that would have been cool to sort of bridge that gap, but oh well. But yeah, so the whole time, and I forgot to mention here, Wrecker once again has another moment of hitting his head on stuff. So in this episode, that comes to a head, pun not intended, where the chip activates, and Wrecker becomes a killing machine, pretty much. Though thankfully no one died there. But yeah, Wrecker definitely could have killed them all in the state that they were in. So, yeah, and then everyone gets their chips removed. Great stuff. Rex walks off into the fog. And at the time, I was thinking, I hope we never see Rex again after that. And not because that was a bad thing. I think him walking off into the fog when Hunter's like, if you need us, we'll be there. I thought that was so perfect. I was like, wow, if we never see Rex again until Rebels, that'd be pretty sweet. Because him just walking off into the fog like that was such like a passing of the torch moment. But we did get Rex again many times, and I was okay with it. So I was wrong at that point. But at the time, I was like, yeah, if we never saw Rex again, that'd be fine. But anyway, yeah, so the Batch are found by the Scrappers Guild, and then they get reported to the Empire. Where does Battle Scars land? I think Battle Scars is such a good episode. I love this sort of like post-war vets sort of like getting back together and sort of getting on the same page about things. I'm between the top of very good and the bottom of amazing. I think for right now, I'll do the top of very good just because I'm petty about the 5 stuff. That's probably it. Because I think... yeah, I think everything else was really good. But it's just that 5s. That 5s mention keeps it away from amazing for me, because they didn't elaborate. No, thank you. Thank you. Hopefully by the end that sentiment stays. Okay. On to Reunion. And golly, is this a really good episode. This might be another amazing. This might be our second amazing. Crosshair goes to Braca, reunites with the team, all kinds of good action all around as the team's trying to escape the Jedi cruiser. I love that Crosshair just knows his squad so well, where, you know, he knows that they're going to go through the hangar, and he knows that they're going to tap their comms, so he has, you know, that sort of intentional, you know, diversion go on. Excuse me. He has that sort of idea where it's like, okay, I know that if they go to the hangar, they're going to go to the artillery deck, and they'll cut them off there. Yeah, I think that's sort of a good way to show his dynamic just on an evil side, right? And then Omega is like, you know, oh, it's, you know, this isn't you, Crosshair, it's the inhibitor chip. And Crosshair's like, aim for the kid. It's like, what do you mean? So yeah, I really like just all of that. Yeah, the first episode, yeah, just absolutely amazing. Very, very solid opening. Yeah, so the team, you know, they go through the ion engine, and then Crosshair just showing his sinister ways. He's ready to just kill them by incinerating them with the ion engine. But of course, the Batch have explosives, and they, you know, work around that. And then Crosshair gets very badly hurt. The Batch get back to their, you know, or at least not the entire Batch, but just Hunter and Omega, because they get split up. They get back to where the Marauder is to find all these clones dead. Then who other than, you see it here in the little thumbnail for the picture that they used here, Cad Bane. I remember losing my mind because on Pacific time, every Bad Batch episode drops at midnight, and I remember it was like, you know, however long into the episode, it was like 20 some odd minutes, and I'm like, okay, what is this? What could this be? And then Hunter, he says, you know, this wasn't the Scrapper's handiwork, and Cad Bane goes, one much work. I'm like, oh my gosh, no way it's Cad Bane. And Toto's there too, which is really cool. Yeah, that blew my mind. I thought that was such an incredible time to bring him back, because it was before the Book of Boba Fett came out, I think, right? Isn't that right? I think. I don't know. Wait, what year did Book of Boba come out? I don't remember. I think it was before Book of Boba when his episode was in, right? I think. Because at the time, it's like, okay, Cad Bane died because of the unfinished episodes with Boba Fett. Because I remember being really surprised. I was like, oh my gosh, Cad Bane's actually still alive. A few months before Boba. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I knew, I was like, okay, I thought Cad Bane had died before that Book of Boba episode. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, Cad Bane showing up, and they basically just recreated that scene from the unfinished episode with him and Boba having their standoff. I thought that was incredible. And then Cad Bane winning that duel, it was just incredible. I loved that whole sequence. I loved the episode. It's, what a great episode. For a long time, this was sort of my comfort episode. I'd just go and watch it. And then when I get to this moment, I just the happiness just comes right back. And then, yeah, that little, like, Republic Commando Easter egg after Hunter gets shot, and it's like a POV of, like, the visor with, like, the little swirly things for the autosave, and you got the sounds of the visor booting up like how it did in Republic Commando. It was so good. Yeah, this is amazing. This is an amazing episode. No doubt. No doubt. It's amazing. And then Crosshair was looking like the dude out of SpongeBob. You know that guy, like, the dude that's in bandages all over, and he's got, like, the little, I can never think of the name, but, like, the little breather over his mouth. He's got, like, that stuff going on. He's just fully wrapped up in bandages. Crosshair looked like that guy, because I remember I saw people memeing about that. That was great. All kinds of great. Then we got Bounty Lost, which is a direct continuation of this episode, of the previous episode. Cad Bane takes Omega to this mysterious Caminoan decommissioned facility, which was kind of weird to me, because the Caminoans, right? Yes, he did. Yeah, very much like Dengar. You're absolutely right. It was kind of weird for me seeing this decommissioned Caminoan facility, because I was thinking, okay, so the Caminoans expanded. That's interesting. Because their world, right? Because they used to live on the surface, but then, like, a giant wave of climate change came through and it messed up their stuff to where the sea levels raised, so they had to build the facilities, right? And then, so I'm not sure when they had the time to go and make this, like, floating facility inside of a gas giant. But either way, it was pretty cool seeing those, like, early Caminoan experiments. And then, yeah, so Cad Bane takes Omega there. That's where the handoff's gonna happen. And then, Lama Su sends Ton Wei to go get her, and it's like, poor Ton Wei, man. She was around in Attack of the Clones, very sweet, you know, takes Obi-Wan to Jango's, you know, room. She's cool with Boba, and then she just dies. She just dies in this episode. Poor Ton Wei, man. Probably a combined screen time of like 3 minutes, maybe. Yeah, so she's killed by Fennec. Fennec and Cad Bane have a fun standoff, a little fight that goes throughout the facility as Omega tries to escape. She contacts the squad to come and get her. And yeah, I love Toto's stuff in this episode, where like when Omega's in the pod trying to escape, he's like a horror villain where he's like got his face on the glass. That was really good. And yeah, then Omega's recovered by the team, and then is taken away. So yeah, as Cad Bane is his ship sabotaged and Fennec escapes, and the bounty gets called off. Yeah. Wait. Do you mean Ton Wei? Forgot about her as a character. Because yeah, she had such little screen time. She didn't have a prominent role in Attack of the Clones, but she was still there. And yeah, she just dies. I love that. I mean, it's sad, but it's silly how she just gets killed. Very disgrace. Yeah, not a disgraceful death, but just a nothing burger of a death, basically. So yeah, Bounty Lost. I'm thinking bottom of very good or top of good. I think for right now we'll go top of good. But yeah, I could reconsider and put that at the bottom of very good. And then, I mean, at this rate, I don't know if any of these like bottom 3 tiers are going to get used, because I don't know if there's any episodes that I really think are bad. I know that there will probably be a few that end up in average. Yeah, I'm not going to get rid of these tiers just in case. I mean, I definitely don't think anything's going to go in awful or very bad. But yeah, at the very least, it might end up in bad. But yeah, anyway. Common Ground. I really like seeing the Empire's range extend out to other worlds, like former Separatist planets like Raxus, and sort of how Separatist people or Separatist citizens react to the Empire as opposed to a planet like Pantora that we see in Episode 4. Because in Cut and Run in Episode 2, we see the Empire come in. They're settling in with the chain codes and all that, and the citizens are like kind of afraid, right? In Episode 4, we see the Empire coming in on Pantora, and all the people are like, yeah, woohoo, Empire, let's go. And then in Common Ground, it's just straight up, no, we hate the Empire, leave. Yeah, the ATTE battle, that was so good. I love that sequence. Because it feels like it, I mean, because the walkers, they don't move fast. So you'd think that the battle would move at a snail's pace. But it was very intense the whole way through when they're like shooting across the city. So yeah, I love that stuff. Yeah, so the Batch have to go and rescue Senator Singh after he's taken captive by the Empire. And I love how it's Echo, especially, who is against this. Where, I mean, he lives up to his name once again, where he echoes time and again that, oh, these are separatists, you know, we don't need to help them. But he's so set in his ways that he doesn't realize that, hey, man, everyone lost the war. Everyone lost the war, and you kind of need to put those grievances aside, because this is Avi Singh. He wasn't involved with what the Techno Union did to you. So yeah, I really like that dynamic. And then Echo learns that by the end of the episode. He learns to not, take things at face value, that there's more going on than he realizes. But yeah, I really loved that sort of dynamic there. And then the Batch being very untrustworthy of the droid, GS9, I think is her name. Yeah, just being pretty untrustworthy of the droid all the way up until when they rescue Senator Singh. And then yeah, the ATTE sort of pursuit. Very good stuff. I love how they rappel onto the walker, and then they have to... did they ditch the walker and get a new one? I don't remember. I remember one of the walkers exploded. They might have been in the same walker the whole fight. But yeah, just them shooting in the streets. It was really good stuff. Really good action. And then when they park the walker up against the wall to blow up the weakness in the wall to escape. Very good. I loved it all. They did have to hijack a new... Okay, yeah, I kind of thought so. I wasn't sure, because I remember one exploding, but I wasn't sure if that was like when they collided or whatever. But yeah, Common Ground's really good. Is that bottom of very good? I think the action's really solid. I love the themes of the episode of Echo sort of overcoming his bias against the Seppies. I definitely like it more than Bounty Lost. I'm pretty sure I like it more than all these episodes. Might be top of good. And then, yeah, I forgot to mention as well when Omega's staying there and she's like learning. She's not even learning strategy. She's just good at strategy. And she's like earning the Batch's debt. And I love the ending of the episode when Hunter is like, okay, we'll play one game. If you win, you get to come on missions with us. If I win, then it's my rules. So yeah, I love that scene at the end, really adding on to their relationship. I love that stuff. Yeah, this is very good. Bottom of very good for me. I might actually like it more than Cut and Run. Maybe. I'll have to think about it. Oh my gosh, Devil's Deal. Oh boy. Not only is this an amazing episode that doesn't really feature the Batch at all except for one scene. They were very clever with how they picked the thumbnail for the episode. Because the thumbnail for the episode on Disney Plus has all of the Batch there. And then, like, they're only there for that one scene. And the whole other rest of the episode follows Crosshair, it follows Cham, it follows Hera. Very, very good. And not only that, it introduces my favorite clone character of all time, one of my favorite characters in all of Star Wars, Captain Hauser. Bless him. Blessed be the great Captain Hauser, who at the time I thought was named Captain Ballast because of the vintage collection figures, but I like Hauser more. Yeah, Devil's Deal is amazing. You get more of Rampart's shenanigans, where he's building the refinery, the Dunium refinery. Cham is pretty level-headed about all of this. He's sort of, yeah, the Empire, they replaced the Republic. But, it's guys like Gobi that are, very much against this, because they're very thinking that the Empire is going to swoop in and just take them all over, which he's right. Do I think Hauser knew Keeley? That's a great question. It's kind of hard to say, because Keeley and his men didn't really belong to any company, right? They were, I think Wikipedia calls them the Outer Rim Garrison, I think. It's not even really clear what division Hauser was a part of. I don't really think he was a part of the 187th or whatever, the 91st or whatever they are. He could have been, but I don't know. At the very least, I feel like Hauser might have been briefed. When he gets sent to Ryloth, at whatever point he was sent to Ryloth. A Legend of the Twi'leks, right? I feel like he was probably brought up to speed about what happened there. But I don't know if he actually knew Keeley personally. I mean, there's obviously always the possibility with clones, but yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. I love the dynamic of the Twi'leks with one another, where Cham sort of it's the Empire, we're okay. Gobi's like, nah, man, the Empire sucks. They're having us, put in all of our weapons. So we're giving up all of our weapons. That's a problem. So, I love the dynamic there. And then the scheming of Senator Ta. I mean, not even really Senator Ta. It's moreover just Rampart. Having Crosshair do all these things. He's tracking the ship. He's the one sniping Ta. I love all that stuff. Yeah, he could have. He definitely could have, for sure. I love the ending sequence as well, when Hera's, framed for being an insurgent, and they're on the turbo tank. I love the turbo tank sequence, right? Where Cham is, he's riding on the blurrg, and or was he riding on the blurrg when he did that? Or maybe he was just running. He might have just been running when he threw that spear, and it, knocked the clone off of the bike. That was really good stuff. And then getting on board the turbo tank, sort of disabling it, going in, freeing Hera, freeing Gobi, and the other Twi'lek that was with them. I don't know if she ever got a name. And then Cham is very much the aggressor now at this point, where he's like, all right, yeah, screw the Empire, and then points the gun at Ta. And Hauser is the one to be like, hey, Cham, wait, calm down. I'll just take a second to talk about Hauser. I mean, I'll take any second to talk about Hauser, but just Hauser's interactions. It's so because I made that video on him where I sort of theorized that maybe it was the fact that there was no Jedi on Ryloth, or maybe it's just the inhibitor chip wearing off early, that allowed Hauser to sort of have this free-thinking mentality, where, when Hera's when she's found spying on the refinery, and Hauser's like, listen, Cham, I'm not going to report this, but you can't let this happen again. I think that's really good. And just him sort of having this good relationship. I think that's all great. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Turbo tank's your favorite vehicle? Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I mean, because we see in Season 3, right, in Juggernaut, it is just such a beast of a vehicle. Hunter is able to do a 90-degree turn in a turbo tank. That's insane. So, yeah. It's definitely understandable why, but whenever it does show up, it definitely has a presence, right? I love that whole section where Hauser is trying to defuse the situation. It's like, Cham, stop and think about what you're doing. He's very much trying to cool the situation, and then eventually Eleni is like, all right, yeah, you know, put the gun down. Ta's time will come, and then it's Crosshair that comes in and takes the shot. That surprisingly doesn't kill Ta. It just puts him into a coma or something. Yeah, I didn't really expect there to be any real info on Hauser's group because, I mean, outside of Hauser, they don't have any markings. We know that they're on Ryloth. We know that Hauser talks about, you know, we help the Twi'leks free Ryloth from Separatist control, and that's about it. Yeah, no, it's totally possible that I'll just do like sort of a whole thing, right? Actually, I'm actually working on a script right now that sort of talks about the state of clone troopers in the Empire. So yeah, so maybe I'll sort of throw in some stuff in there where it's like, you know, there's some stuff there with Hauser's group. Yeah, so then Cham, the Syndulas, minus Hera, and Gobi and them, they're all recaptured and just captured. And Hera escapes with Chopper and the speeder. Man, Devil's Deal is so good. This is an amazing episode for me. I think I think Devil's Deal is just amazing. It came out my birthday too. Just a fun little thing. At least I think. Did it come out my birthday? It might come out the day before, darn it. I have to think about that. I don't want to look up the release date right now. But I think it might have come out like a day or two or on the day of my birthday. And it's the episode with Captain Hauser, who's my favorite clone ever, so that just works. Alright, anyway. Rescue on Ryloth. Boy howdy, another unbelievably good episode. Yeah. The Batcher called in to rescue the Syndulas. More Crosshair stuff. Yeah, I love it. And I forgot to mention as well in Devil's Deal, after Crosshair gets turned into Dengar / the dude from SpongeBob. Yeah, very super late, like almost 3 years late. It was tremendous. July 9th. Okay, so it was 2 days before my birthday. That's some lore right there. But definitely the week of my birthday is when that episode came out. Anywho, yeah. So yeah, Crosshair, he's hurt and he's got like the scar on the side of his head after not even a scar. It's just a giant burn mark there, on the side of his head. So then yeah, we kind of get a little more Crosshair here in Rescue on Ryloth, where he's trying to counteract the batch, but he knows how they operate, right? Because when the batch gets spotted by the probe droid and Crosshair looks menacingly out to where they were, he goes back to Rampart's office and is like, you know, Clone Force 99's here. And Rampart is very arrogant about it. He's like, oh, we've got a battalion outside. What are you talking about? And Crosshair's like, dude, that's not enough. I know what they're capable of. And Rampart's little rebuttal there. I'm more worried about what you're capable of. It's like, Rampart, you bureaucrat. Yeah, I know, right? It definitely is sort of an uneasy feeling whenever you see it, right? And I don't know if that's by design, if they just went like, okay, let's just make the grossest looking like patch there. Yeah, it feels like, I don't know, because I don't know if it was always the plan to make Crosshair have this redemption arc that he did. But it's like a scar of the past for him, right? Like once he redeems himself, it's like that memory will always be there of the time that he tried to kill his brothers. Like that's gonna stick with him forever. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of an uneasy thing to look at for sure. But yeah, Rescue on Ryloth, it's got one of my favorite moments in the entire show, when Hauser finally comes to his senses and realizes that, yeah, the Empire is not in the right here. And then goes out, confronts the squad, confronts his squad and the elite squad troopers and Crosshair, and says just like an unbelievably good speech, throws down his weapon, asks however many of his brothers are actually able to join him to do so, and then they put down their shields and their blasters. So good. Yeah, it's really, really good. Oh, your favorite clone is Monk? That's a good one. I wish he showed up in more. I just wish that we got more of the scuba troopers and more stuff. I feel like we might have in the unfinished Clone Wars arc where they went back to Mon Cala. When something happens there. I don't remember exactly what happens there. The dude in the Separatist Council, when he becomes sort of the leader of Mon Cala. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, I'm seeing the messages pop back up a couple of times. But that's totally okay. But yeah. So yeah, back to Rescue on Ryloth. I think it's an absolutely outstanding episode. The double attack on the refinery, Hera flying for the first time, and that being with Omega is really cool. Actually, 1 second. Sorry, but I just want to make sure everything's running okay. Let me go over here. Just make sure everything's good. Excellent condition. Love to see it. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think everything's running good. Yeah, stream's not going to randomly die, I think. Okay. Just want to be sure. Sorry about that. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Rescue and Ryloth, again. Yeah. Hera learning to fly for the first time, and it's with Omega. Very good stuff. Omega sort of being the shot caller in some ways, where, you know, she's the one that takes initiative and is like, yeah, Hera, you know, or, I mean, she doesn't say it directly to Hera because it was a message. But she's like, Hunter, we have to do it. It's like, you know, and Hunter's like, Omega, we can't put ourselves in danger every time someone needs help. It's like, why not? That's what soldiers do. And I thought that was such a good exchange because it really, you know, the Bats are trying, or at least Hunter, is trying to put this life behind them. But Omega is the one that's like, hey, no, like, in this time, in these dark times, we have to help where we can. I thought that was such a nice moment there. And then, yeah, Hunter just being like, okay, you know, we'll check it out, you know, but these are kids, you know, we can't really take their word for things. Even Tech is like, oh, children often exaggerate. But then eventually Hera comes up with a plan, and the Hunter's all in on it. The squad are all in on it, and they do some damage to the refinery. And then they free the Syndulas, and yeah, and then Cham goes off to do what he does. He becomes sort of a Saw Gerrera 2.0 in some ways. But yeah, just I love this episode so much. Oh, something just happened there. OBS reconnected. Okay, I just saw that. What was that? What was going on there? Are we still live? Something happened there. Oh, not sure what happened there. Hopefully everything's okay. Actually, real quick, I want to go ahead and do this. Okay. Yeah, just want to make sure everything's still running real fast. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. I think things are okay now, hopefully. I actually want to go ahead and jump over here real fast because I want to turn this down just a wee bit. Go back over here. Okay. All right, I think we're good. Hopefully we're good. Stream's still on. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, Rescue on Ryloth is, for me, just an incredible episode. Yeah, so sorry, I wasn't able to see what you said. Love Howard's speech. Just wish that they talked about the fact that some of the troopers there weren't even clones. I agree. Yeah, I think sort of being that, like, you know, like, look around, guys. Like, you see these troopers here clad in black armor? Like, do you see what the Empire is doing to us? Yeah, I feel like that would have been a cool thing. But I'm definitely all right with what we got because Hauser made it about his brothers and the fact that things have changed, right? Like, yes, we're still doing what we do, but we're doing it even worse because it's targeting the people that we were here to protect. I love that idea that he brings up. But yeah, Rescue on Ryloth, that's an easy amazing for me, and I think I like it more. Do I like it more than Reunion? Do I like both of these more than Reunion? I guess that's the question. Oh. Okay, I just saw something there that told me that the encoding was overloaded. I don't know how to fix that. I'm a rookie player here when it comes to OBS. I don't know. We'll try to figure it out. I think for right now... Oh, whoops. I was on the wrong screen. I think for right now, I'll put Rescue on Ryloth above... And probably Devil's Deal above Reunion. Wait, oh my gosh, stopped going away so fast. It said, consider turning down the something. I don't know what it said. Alright, anyways. We're just going to carry on. Infested. Infested is one of my least favorite episodes of the show. I don't think that's a fault on the episode itself, but maybe it is. Because I feel like it was such like an abrupt shift in pace. I was really enjoying this sort of ramping up that we had going on with, we went from Devil's Deal to Rescue. Well, actually, we went from Common Ground to Devil's Deal to Rescue on Ryloth. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a great trend of episodes that we have going on here. And then Infested kind of brought it down for me a little bit. I don't hate the episode. I just don't think it really does much for me. I like the expansion into the syndicates, where you have the Durand Council and the Pikes are kind of going at it, or at least Roland is trying to, put his stake in things. I think that's fine. I like the sequence when they're on the carts underneath in the catacombs with the bug, moth, bat creatures. I thought that was cool. I love how Wrecker is just absolutely terrified of this whole thing. That's great. Roland at the end gets his horn chopped off, and then they call it a day. I think that this is going to be the first episode that I put in average, because this episode just doesn't really do much for me. I don't really care about it. And whenever I go on rewatches, this is usually the episode that I tune out for, or I just skip outright. Again, I don't hate it. I don't think it's a bad episode. It just doesn't do anything for me. So that's Infested. And then we jump ahead to the exact opposite. This is probably one of my favorite episodes in the whole show. We have War Mantle. I love War Mantle because I don't know if it was leaked or they put out the names of every episode for this season. But they would not have put out every episode of the season because of Return to Camino and Camino Lost. They would not have done that. So I think it was a leak. The name of the episode War Mantle leaked, and I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited because War Mantle means stormtroopers. And what did we get? We got stormtroopers, or TK troopers specifically. But I was so excited to see TK troopers for the first time. I love the design with the Ralph McQuarrie inspiration. I love that. I think that's incredible. It's so good. And then the trading facility on Dara that's built inside the mountain, that's really cool. I don't know if that was made during the Clone Wars or it was made during the time of the Empire. I don't know. But I'll theorize on that for another day, even though I did kind of theorize on that in my timeline video. But anyway, just stormtroopers being introduced. It's clone commandos that are training them. And then you have Gregor, who is, he came back, right? And he's one of the ones training them. And he sort of explains away the whole, stormtroopers have bad aim thing, where he's like, oh, well, I didn't teach him everything. That wouldn't be very smart, would it? I love that sort of concept. Yeah, I do too, right? I feel like this isn't a facility that would have been made during the Republic. Because if it was, you would think Tech would have known about it. Because he's able to crack into any encryption. Excuse me. He's able to crack into any encryption and learn about anything that he needs to. He would have known about this facility, but he says, when Hunter's like, oh, this is a military base, or Echo, or whoever said it, and Tech's like, not one that I've ever heard of. So it had to be an Imperial-made thing, which had to have taken a while. Yeah, he did, yeah. or whoever else was involved in that, right? Where it's like, Gregor and maybe a couple other commandos are like, yeah, screw this. We're just gonna, not put in our best effort when training these guys. But yeah, I love this, it's a very A New Hope kind of feel to it, because when they're in the hallway, right, it's playing the Death Star music. Dun, 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 dun. It's playing that music when they're running in the corridors, like shooting or stunning stormtroopers. I think that's all really awesome. And then you get like the Scorch cameo, which I remember at the time people were like, oh, maybe it's not Scorch. Maybe it's just a clone that looks like Scorch. I never once believed that. It's like, no way, man. You don't design a trooper that looks exactly like this and have it not be Scorch. I mean, yeah, the backpack's different, but like, come on. Yeah, I remember losing my mind when I saw Scorch when the elevator door opened. That was an awesome moment. And Scorch proving to be the better soldier out of this bunch. I don't know if Scorch is one of those guys that would be like, yeah, I'm not going to train these guys the best possible way. But he clearly was the more advanced soldier out of all of them, right? He has this cool little moment where he's, parkouring over the elevator and through the window, and he shoots Gregor a couple of times, takes like 3 stuns or 4 to put him down. Honestly, when Scorch was stunned, and then another commando shows up with a couple more troopers, I was expecting the rest of Delta to be there. I was expecting like, oh my gosh, am I going to see Fixer next? So that was really fun. And then that ending sequence when they go up the exhaust port and Tech is being like, he's like playing Star Wars Squadrons like how he did in Rescue on Ryloth. The music, that scene, the music that they used for that scene is called Rescue Mission Escalates, is the name of the track for that scene. One of my favorite tracks in the whole show. It was before the first or second volume of the soundtrack was released, and I was replaying that scene over and over again just because I wanted to hear that music. I thought it was so, like, I don't even know how to describe it. It just felt so Star Wars. Yeah, Scorch, him showing up was unbelievable. And yeah, he is. He absolutely, he just like butting Tech away with his elbow and then, catching Omega off guard. Yeah, he's definitely one of the top ones in the Empire at this point. But yeah, and then, Hunter gets captured. Very cool scene there where he's fallen down. I just want to talk about the visuals for a second, because this show has always looked unbelievably gorgeous. But there's 2 scenes in this show when I'm like, wow, this is one of the best looking animated shows I've ever watched. It's in the first episode in Aftermath when Hunter and Crosshair are trying to find Caleb, and they're running through the forest and like Hunter's sliding down the snow. That, for me, I was like, wow, this is one of the best looking shots in the show. Just because the light is coming through the trees are like moving and snow's like falling off of them a little bit. And yeah, they're like running through the snow's, making snow noises. I just thought it was such a gorgeously animated scene. And then it's in War Mantle when Hunter falls to the surface and he's like kind of getting up, and then the gunships start landing to capture him. I was like, wow, this looks like it's real. Like, this looks like these are real trees that they used for this, which is possible because they used a real mountain for Tales of the Empire. So yeah, I was just blown away by how good the planet of Darrow looked in the show. But yeah, so Hunter's captured. The squad have to evac. And then Crosshair shows up to take Hunter away. And I think that in my mind, War Mantle... Oh, wait, am I on the right thing? I think I am. Yeah. War Mantle, excellent. War Mantle for me is a top tier episode. This is one of my favorite episodes to come back to. I think War Mantle is unbelievably good. Unbelievably good. All right. We're about an hour and 10 minutes in, and I've made it to the double part finale of season 1. first up, we have Return to Camino. Unbelievably good episode. Yeah. Whenever I rewatch season 1, I am so excited to get to War Mantle. It's just, I love everything about it. From the soundtrack to the characters, where Echo is like, you guys went in without reinforcements when you rescued me. I love how everything just sort of ties back with this, and then with Gregor as well. Return to Camino is another incredible episode. I mean, these two might also be excellent, but I'll have to break it down in my mind real quick. I love Return to Camino, again, with more soundtrack homages. The Camino music, right? When Obi-Wan gets there in Attack of the Clones for the first time, you hear this mysterious and like spooky, or not even spooky, but it's like adventurous, right? And it's like, oh, this water planet with these, facilities, like, what is this place? And you get a redo of that track in this when Hunter's taken to Poca City. I love that, just the reimagining of that music, and then it feels also a little more imperial when they land, and then it cuts to Rampart's theme. I love that track. I love them coming back to Camino where it all started, and then Crosshair, triggers the comm, so the squad go in to rescue Hunter. And then, then Crosshair has this whole big plan where he's going to try to convince the squad to rejoin with him because they're clearly better than all these other second-rate soldiers in the Empire. I love that Hunter is like, this place is being decommissioned. And he's, says to Crosshair, you don't seem concerned. Crosshair's like, why would I be? The Empire will start phasing out clones next. And then Crosshair, not the ones that matter. And I actually remember getting chills when he said that line. Because, wow, he is so wrong, right? Because I remember, I think Star Wars Explained says it. Whenever there are characters who are like, oh, I'm too important. And Alex in Star Wars Explained, he always says that, like, no one except the Emperor is indisposable, right? And it's like, wow, Crosshair really believes in this moment, in this time, that he is so invaluable to the Empire, but he's wrong. I remember getting chills when he said that line, and then his music starts to cut in. So the batch come in, they get caught. Crosshair's plan works. Omega is off. She's meant to go contact Rex, but she goes and activates the training droids, which are really cool. I love the Dark Trooper Force Unleashed inspiration, as well as the Rebels with the Dark Trooper guys that Thrawn was fighting. No, you're right. Yeah, it was only a few, and I'm pretty excited because I always say that, like, I am absolutely positive we're getting another show after the batch. That's going to follow Rex and Echo and sort of tell the story of where things start to fall apart for them, and why Rex, Wolf, and Gregor end up on Sealos. And I imagine that has to be the clone uprising, right? So something's going to happen there where clones are going to start being, like, forced out of the Empire. And there might only be just a couple left, and they might just be, like, commandos that get reassigned or something, who get reassigned to being stormtroopers or whatever. I'm pretty sure that that's going to happen. I'm really excited to see what they do with it. But anyway, yeah, so with this, Crosshair is very much like, guys, you have to come back with me, join the Empire, and we can all be important together. And then the whole time it's like the Elite Squad. I'm not sure if the Elite Squad are aware that Rampart's gonna blow up to Poca City, because Crosshair is not. Crosshair does not know about the plan. But ES-03, I think that was the guy in the team, ES-03, he's like, we're running out of time, Commander. It's like, running out of time for what? Because do you guys know what the plan is? But anyway, yeah, so Crosshair gives them the chance. Hunters, why should we trust you? Crosshair tells the dudes to stand down. They are so fed up with Crosshair for whatever, because he's a clone, right? They say negative, and then Crosshair shoots the mirrors, goes all the way around, kills the whole squad except for ES-02. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, 1 is the guy that dies in episode 3. 2 is the one that survived. She was the one that got away. 3 is the guy. Yeah, the running out of time commander. And then, yeah, 4 is the one with the flamethrower. Yeah, right. Because, yeah, I mean, I didn't bring it up, but in Rescue on Ryloth, right? Like, the squad, they are so, I guess, set in their ways, right? Where, like, Crosshair, they're all going to the shuttle because the refinery's under attack, and Rampart ordered them to go defend it. But then Crosshair realizes, like, wait a minute, that's not their plan, right? Their target is not the refinery. And like ES04 is like, then why are they attacking it? And it's like, it's such like arrogance, right? It's like, wow, what do you, like, come on guys, this is your commander. Like, do you not think he knows what he's talking about? This is his former squad. Like, you guys are just such fools. And then that really comes to a head here, where Crosshair is like, you know, stand down, and he knew, because he is so aware of how prejudiced the elite squad is against him. So he's like, stand down. He knows that they're going to say no, and then that gives his opening to kill all of them, except for 2. Yeah. Thought that ESO2 was going to come back since she left. Another video that I'm working on a script for is the history of the elite squad troopers, right? I don't know if that'll be the next video, the next discussion video I make, but it's going to be one of the next few. And I bring up how I would have really liked to see ESO2 sort of in the Empire, probably promoted to commander, and she's sort of like a character that butts heads with Crosshair. I think that would have been nice to see. And maybe she's like, oh, you know, I don't know if you killed my squad, but I think you did. So I'm gonna snitch on you for killing my team. And then Crosshair will kill her or something. I don't know. But that would have been really cool. But anyway, yeah, so Crosshair, he kills the elite squad. He uses this as the example that, you know, look at these inferior soldiers. Like, come on, guys. Come back with me. I'm just like, you don't really get who we are, man. And then the droids come up, big firefight ensues, ESO2 comes back and sees her squad dead, and then she bails. The squad are working together for the first time since the premiere. And dang it, Crosshair, I was so sure that he actually was lying about taking his inhibitor chip out, because of that shot. When the fighting is done, he puts his hand on his forehead as if something is hurting there, and then he tells them that he took his inhibitor chip out. And I was like, no, you did not, sir. I saw that. I saw you put your hand on your head. You've been lied to. But I don't know why he would have been lied to, because I'm sure Rampart doesn't know about the chip. But yeah, I was so sure that he was lying in that moment, or at least he thought he was telling the truth. But it turns out he was. Oh yeah, so Crosshair takes out his chip, he gets stunned, the Venators come in, and oh my gosh, what a heartbreaking scene that was when the squad are leaving, and it cuts to these different shots of the facility that are just empty, right? Like it goes to, I don't know what the order was, but it goes to the Batch's room, which is just empty and clean. It goes to the mess hall, which has no one in it. It is so empty. And then it cuts to the pods, right, with all the infant clones, right? And it's also just empty and nothing. And it's just so sad. I remember getting pretty emotional when those shots were happening. And then the Venators roll in. Tarkin gives the classic line, "You may fire when ready." And then the Venators start lighting up Camino. And then that's lighting up Tipoca City, I should say. And then that's how the episode basically ends. And I think, gosh dang, man. I think at most it's towards the bottom of excellent. But part of me wants to put it at the top of amazing. I'm kind of caught between these two areas here. I think it's such a great episode. Darn. I definitely like it more, I think, than most of these episodes I've already put up so far. Darn. This is tough. I think it definitely deserves one of these two areas. I think I'm going to go with Top of Amazing. I think I will. It's giving me that encoding overloaded thing again. That worries me. Hopefully everything is still running okay. But yeah, I think Top of Amazing. Yeah, I think so. I feel pretty confident in that choice. I think. I think it's an unbelievably good episode. But does it quite get to where I imagine, like, peak Bad Batch where War Mantle is? I don't know. That's where we'll keep it for now. We'll keep it at the Top of Amazing. Okay. Camino Lost. Just an absolute gut wrench. I remember I saw people saying that was a pretty disappointing season finale. I don't really think it was. And even going on, like, at the time, I didn't think it was. And going through on rewatches, I definitely don't think it was either. It was a great character episode for all of them, right? Or all of them but, like, Echo. It's just, man, I thought it was just such a solid episode. Awesome. Very, very good. Very, very good. Glad to see that still running. Yeah, oh my gosh, Camino Lost is a very good character episode for all of these guys. Again, minus Echo. Hunter and Crosshair sort of not getting on the same page per se, but them sort of having to put their differences aside, work together. You have Crosshair, who is so set in his ways with the Empire. Hunter is, he views Crosshair and everyone that sticks with the Empire is just pawns, blind, loyal pawns that they are. That really great scene where they're in the tube system thing, and Wrecker says to Crosshair, we wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for you. And then he sort of I don't even know what words to use for that, but he's he kind of gets on an emotional level with Crosshair, where it's we still would have taken you back if you had tried. And then Tech sort of comes in. Crosshair is like he's as D. Bradley Baker put it, he's a coiled snake by design, right? He can't change that. You can't change that. It's just part of his nature. And then Crosshair goes, well, why are you defending me? Tech, I'm not. But understanding you does not mean that I agree with you. And I thought that was an incredible exchange there, because it was kind of a highlight for Tech in that moment. Because I feel like Tech and Echo didn't really get much this season. Whereas Wrecker and Hunter definitely did when it comes to how they relate to Omega and the rest of the squad. So I thought that was a pretty good shining moment for Tech there. But yeah, the squad working together to escape the sunken Topoka City. They get to the platform to see the smoldering wreckage of their home. Just a heartbreaking shot there. And then they give Crosshair the opportunity to come with them. He declines, and then they leave. But yeah, I understand the criticism of that episode, where it's like, we kind of end where we began, where nothing really changed. But I don't really see it like that. I feel like the situation definitely changed for all of them, because sure, Crosshair's still with the Empire. Sure, yeah, nothing really changed there. But they have a better understanding of how this all works now, right? Like, they know Crosshair took out his chip and that it's his choice to stay with the Empire. And Crosshair sort of understands what their dynamic is like, and that they're not just going to join the Empire to have value again. That's just not what they're about. So yeah, I appreciate the dynamic, the expanded relationship that they all have with one another. And then yeah, Crosshair, when they're, Omega's almost about to drown and Crosshair saves her. I thought that was such an incredible scene there. Another one of my favorite tracks of the show, with that just urgency of Hunter's like, I'm gonna go get her. And then Crosshair grabs his sniper and he aims through the water and gets her. I thought that was very, very awesome. Goodness. Camino Lost is so good. I love Camino Lost. I think I am going to put it right below Return to Camino, I think. I think I'm going to put it right below Return to Camino. Return to Camino just works that much more for me in that it really feels like this big reunion party of the Batch and Crosshair, and this big moment where Crosshair kills the elite squad and whatnot. So yeah, I think that those 2 episodes for the finale are extremely solid. And that wraps up season 1. An hour and 25 minutes in, season 1 is done. Woohoo! I love talking about this show. What can I say? Okay. We go on to season 2 with Spoils of War and Ruins of War, the 2-part premiere. Very solid premiere, I feel like. I love the updated designs of the squad. I think somehow the animation got even better. I felt like this, Bad Batch season 1 was peak Star Wars animation quality, but then season 2 got even better, and season 3 got even better. I agree. Free Captain Wilco. Free Captain Wilco from his grave at the bottom of the Sereno castle. Yeah, poor Captain Wilco. He was so good at his job, but like I said before, no one in the Empire except the Emperor is indisposable. And even a clone as good as Wilco, as competent as Wilco, who's able to see through the situation and really make tactical choices to thwart the Batch, because Wilco wins, right? Like, sure, the Batch didn't die, but they didn't accomplish their mission. They went there to go and steal the cargo from Dooku's war chest, and they failed. And that's because of Captain Wilco. But just like we see with every other clone in this show, they're all deemed as tools. They're all deemed as just resources to be thrown away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wilco is that kind of soldier. He's the competent, very good at his job soldier. But loyalty does not go both ways, like Crosshair says in season 3 to Hauser, right? Where, I wanted loyalty with the Empire, but that doesn't go both ways. And that's the exact same situation with Wilco. Yeah, exactly. Because you have bureaucrats like Rampart who are only concerned for their standing on the political totem pole, right? He's like, oh, if Governor Tarkin learns that the Batch survived when I put in that report that they died, that puts me at risk. So Wilco, you're going to file a new report. Wilco's, oh, no way, man. I'm a good soldier. I don't falsify reports. And then Rampart kills him anyway and falsifies the report. So, yeah, just a heartbreaking situation there. Just showing how underutilized or undervalued clones are in the Empire at this point. Even more so than back in season 1. Because, it was Crosshair who was like the undervalued one by Rampart and the Elite Squad. But here we've expanded to all the clones. But yeah, without getting into too summarizing of Spoils of War and Ruins of War, I think that they are very solid series premieres, season premieres. I think they work very well back to back with one another. I love going back to Sereno, Count Dooku's office. It's like, wow, we were here in the Clone Wars when Ventress was here trying to kill Dooku while he's in his pajamas. I love that stuff. So yeah, I think both Spoils of War and Ruins of War go into very good. I think they're a very good series premiere. I think Wilco had other armor because they need every other clone to wear plain armor. I agree. I think so. I think Wilco at one point had a set armor color. I don't know what division he would have been a part of, but I think so. Because then he has the black pauldron as well, which is on his right shoulder. When in the Clone Wars, it was most of the time always on the left shoulder, like you see with Captain Rex, Commander Bly. Who else had the pauldron? Keeley, right? Phil, I think, was one. Yeah, they always had the pauldron on the left shoulder, but the Imperial right shoulder is where they are there. So, yeah. I remember when Tech had to create his leg, everyone's saying the same thing happened to Nemec. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, in Andor. Yeah, right. Oh my gosh, that was such a frightening thing where Tech is like, I have, fractured my my femur with approximately 150 whatever kilograms of pressure. I'm like, no. Even in so much pain, you still are able to verbalize that. with a fractured knee or whatever it was. But yeah, no, I love these 2 episodes. I think they're great series premieres. I love the expansion on Tech. Love seeing more of Tech and Echo working together, especially with Omega. And then seeing Hunter and Wrecker, who are the 2 characters who got the most in season 1, having to work together in the ruins of the city. I think that was great. And then yeah, the Batch are able to escape, and then Rampart shows up and does what he does. Okay, I'm really excited to get to this one. The Solitary Clone, Season 2, Episode 3, The Return of Commander Cody. Oh my goodness, what a Clone Wars episode this was with a twist. I feel like that's what like the Kiners said, or someone had said that, where it's like, this was treated like an episode of the Clone Wars just with a dark spin on it, right? Where you have the battle droids are there on the planet Desix. This is a former separatist planet that hasn't, been imperialized yet. And then, the governor comes in with the stormtroopers and he gets held hostage. Cody and Crosshair go in to rescue the governor. They're fighting battle droids, like clone troopers fighting battle droids like you'd see in the Clone Wars. But this time, it's the clones who are very much apparently the bad guys. Even though they were the bad guys before, it's just no one knew that. Now it's clear that they're the bad guys, but they don't think they're the bad guys still. So yeah, it's just a very much a Clone Wars episode with a dark spin, and I loved every second of it. Yeah, free Cody, I agree. We gotta see Cody in that sequel to the show. Everyone complained about Tech and Echo doing the same things, but yeah, I agree. So yeah, I remember seeing that criticism where it's like Tech and Echo were sort of interchangeable, but I disagree. I think that they both have their skill sets, right? Where Tech is able to sort of analyze the situation, and he knows what components need to be, messed with, right? For lack of a better word. But Echo, he's the grizzled veteran of the team, right? Like that really shows in his voice. Even though he never sounded like that in the Clone Wars, I like this change for him in this show, where he's just the grumpy vet. Like back in season 1 in episode 2 in Cut and Run, right? When Omega leaves the team to go like get the chain code stuff, and then Echo just felt very much like a grumpy vet. Where Tech is pretty nonchalant about the situation, where it's like, where he's like, "Where's Omega?" And Tech sees her out the window. He's like, "Found her," and then Echo is like, "This plan of yours is looking real lousy." It's like I love how Echo sort of gives off that grizzled vet feel, and I feel like he does his own things differently, right? Because he's the one that wants to go and do more, but Tech is pretty content with where they're doing right now. So, anyway. Yeah, no, the Solitary Clone, back to this, is so unbelievably good. Like, Cody, right? I made the whole video on Cody talking about what he did. Obviously, if you haven't seen that, I definitely recommend checking it out, because I'll just sort of cliff note it here. But, like, Cody is very much of his own mind at this point after Revenge of the Sith. But you can see how much he's changed and how much he's been affected, right? Where now he's got the gray armor. The orange, he used to be orange, but the color, the life has been sucked away from him. I love the Imperial armor for Cody, though. It's definitely one of my favorite armors, probably ever, for clones. But yeah, and then, Crosshair, believes that any clone that deserts or questions their orders is a traitor like the Jedi. And you see Cody is conflicted about that because, like he would say at the end, we make our own choices and we have to live with them too. And that's his implication, that he believes that what he did to Obi-Wan in episode 3 was his fault, but it wasn't. And he doesn't know that because in his mind it was his choice, but it wasn't. It was the inhibitor chip. So yeah, Cody, I think, is so flawless in this episode. He's so perfect because he wants to believe that the Empire is right. He wants to believe that this situation he finds himself in, being a commander in the Empire, is a good thing because the Empire is going to establish peace and order throughout the galaxy, right? But no, that's not what's happening. And then Cody realizes that. And Crosshair is still even less. He is very much not realized that, because he still believes that he's just a good soldier that follows orders, and he's indispensable because of his skill, but another case of him just being wrong. Let's see, wait a minute. Sorry, I missed a couple of messages there. Clones do all the heavy lifting in the episode, and the TK troopers came in at the end of the episode when there's no danger at all. Exactly. That's one of my favorite things with this episode as well, because there was a comparison that I made. I can't remember exactly what it was. But it was like a real world thing where you have these other soldiers that are sort of treated as like lesser than. So they're sort of sent in first as the front line to weaken the enemy's supports for the major force to come in and swoop in and, handle the whole situation. When if it was just the TK troopers that got sent in, all of those TK troopers, they would have won. But no, you had to send in the clones because they're clones, right? Because the Empire doesn't like clones. They treat them as second-class citizens. But yeah, no, the flame clone, right? What was his it wasn't Nova, because Nova was the one with the backpack, but it was Wyler? I think it was Wyler, right? It might have been Wyler who was the Wyler, Nova, come with us, Team 2, take the south. I think it was Wyler. Yeah, no, Cody is just unbelievable in this episode. I'm so glad that we actually get to see him, because he doesn't really have a story after Revenge of the Sith. He might have little references here and there, like in Force Unleashed, but that's about it. Yeah, Commander Wolf didn't need other armor because his armor is already gray. Yeah, exactly. I love that little idea of that. And then it's also his armor's messed up too. Where kind of like Mayday and kind of like, whoever else. So it's like their armor never gets replaced at this point. So it's got like battle scars on it. I really like that with Wolf. Yeah, really good names in this. I love how Cody treats his clones like actual people instead of, at the end of the episode, very stark contrast where Crosshair is like, what about Commander Cody? And Rampart's like, who? CC2224. Oh, yeah, he went AWOL. So yeah, I love that dynamic, right? Where the clones, they're brothers. They treat each other like actual living beings. But you have the Imperials, the Empire, the bureaucrats, the ones who are so concerned with their own self-interest that they don't see that. They see them all as numbers, right? So I really love that stark contrast with the soldiers to the officers. And then, yeah, Crosshair having his devotion to the Empire put to the test by Cody. Because he doesn't really bat an eye during the mission to Desix and before that, but it's after that when Cody's like, you know what makes us different from battle droids? I love that scene so much. It's so good. And then Crosshair remains the solitary clone when Cody goes AWOL and Crosshair is sent off on just another mission immediately. Yeah, I think in my mind, it's undoubtedly that Solitary Clone is one of the best episodes in the entire show. It is absolutely a top tier episode. By the end of this, it might be the number one episode. I don't know. We still have a little ways to go. But yeah, for right now, Solitary Clone is the top for now. Yeah, I think it's just such a flawless episode. It does everything well that it tries to accomplish. Like I said, it's a Clone Wars episode with a dark spin on it. So yeah, I love that so much. And then we have Faster. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video set. Okay, it's fine. Faster, episode 4. We have, oh shoot, I can't think of his name right now. I just looked it up the other day. The guy that plays Sonic as Teo, as you see there in the thumbnail. Just a fun little like Mario Kart slash I guess pod racing, because it's riot racing. Mario Kart mixed with I had another one. I remember after watching the episode, I was like, oh, this is like Mario Kart, and kind of like, not really Twisted Metal, but kinda. It's not like a death match, but it's still like, you're using weapons and gadgets and stuff in this, big environment, in this racing environment. Yeah, no, I like this being sort of a side adventure for getting Tech more screen time, because I love when Tech gets screen time. I like how Tech, he sees this unknown variable to him that is riot racing, And then, when Teo gets blown up or whatever, and he's like, I will be the replacement racer. And then Wrecker kind of laughs it off a little bit and then looks at Tech and he's like, he's not joking. I love that so much. That's probably one of my favorite Tech scenes, I feel like. I think Faster is just a fun episode that, again, it hones in on Tech and also kind of builds his relationship with Wrecker and Omega, because we don't really see that much. We see Wrecker and Omega lots of times, but not really Tech in that mix. And then a little more with Sid. Can we trust Sid? Can we not trust Sid? I guess we'll find out by the end of the season. But yeah, I think Faster's a solid episode. I think I'll put that in probably at the... But I think I'll put it above, not above Corner, but definitely above Rampage. Above Rampage, for sure. I like Faster. I think it's fun. And the like music during the riot racing, very good stuff. And then we have Entombed, one shrouded in mystery, when we officially, I think this is the episode we get introduced to Fee. Fee takes the team, I'm sorry. No, we get introduced to Fee in the premiere, but this is like Fee's first like real episode with the squad. When we talked about what kind of person Sid was, I thought they were going to make her do something nice for the batch and earn, Yeah, no, definitely not. It was just sort of that insinuation that, hey, maybe after all this time together, Sid, like Malegi said, loyalty with Sid doesn't go both ways. And Sid, what she would do by the season finale kind of works with what Crosshair was saying. Loyalty does not go both ways. So Sid sort of being this minor allegory for what the Empire is, in this show. I like that. But no, I agree. I feel like Sid doing, because it's just more of her not doing good things by the time we get to here. But yeah, anyway. Faster I think is good. And then Entombed, we have Fee going with the team to this mysterious planet after this mysterious artifact. And then they go to the heart of the mountain, and then they, activates a giant mech monster. And was it made by the Zepho? Was it not made by the Zepho? I don't know. Personally, I think it definitely was. After the Zepho sort of fell to the dark side, and then they sort of went on this rampage in the galaxy, I feel like one of these giant war beast machines was one of the things that they made. And then when the Zepho fled to the unknown regions, they sort of left it behind. I like at the end of the episode as well when Fee says, oh, there's this mysterious like holy grail type thing, let's go find that next, and Hunter's like, really? I love that sort of like Indiana Jones reference, because this episode was such an Indiana Jones homage, right? Like the music when they're entering into the mountain was pretty much exactly when Indy goes into the room with the map, right, where he has the staff and it unveils sort of the map of where the Ark is located. That's just the track from Indiana Jones, just with a little Star Warsy spin on it, which I love. So yeah, very, very solid episode. And also I love Omega's interactions with Fee, because Hunter gets jealous of her when like Fee has her, her hands behind her head and her legs kicked up, and Omega's doing the exact same thing, and Hunter's trying to do the knife spin to get Omega's attention, but she's not. And he kind of becomes that like jealous. he's jealous of Fee. I love that so much, because Omega's growing up, like she's sort of talking with other people outside of Hunter and them. So I really like that. I think that was a really good touch. Yeah, Entombed is a really good episode, and I think I like it. I'll probably put it at the top of good, I think. I think I like Entombed a lot just because of its Indiana Jones style adventure. I think it's really good. All right, and then we have Tribe, episode 6. Very good episode. The return of Gunji. I remember everyone losing their mind when the trailer for season 2 came out and Gunji was revealed in it. That was a lot of fun. I like how they introduced him in the episode with the droids, this like droid society that are taking slaves, and Gunji was one of them. And then they rescue Gunji, go to Kashyyyk, but like I remember watching the episode and thinking like, oh yeah, obviously Gunji would go to Kashyyyk, that's his home. But then it clicked with me, oh wait a second, the Jedi were all taken from their homes as kids, they wouldn't remember what home is. So that sort of hit me really quickly when Gunji was talking about he doesn't know what tribe he belonged to. So yeah, I thought that was a really cool thing where they're like, okay, but we're gonna take you to Kashyyyk anyway, so you can lay low here. Then they go to Kashyyyk, and then the villages are being burned by the Trandoshans and the Empire working together, which I thought was really interesting. I wonder what that's like, working with the Trandoshans. Because I imagine it's very, very anti-Wookiee in the Trandoshan and Imperial space. So, so we have Commander Venomore, who was originally part of the Bad Batch Kashyyyk arc from the Clone Wars that was cut, that was never made. So that was cool to introduce him back in with this. And then I love going to Kashyyyk because not only did it give me Jedi Fallen Order vibes, but also Knights of the Old Republic with the spider monsters. I think it was those creatures that were directly from KOTOR that had been brought into this show, which I thought was a nice touch. Can't remember the names of them right now, but I remember seeing them in KOTOR. So then the Batch helping the Wookiees defend their village, and then Gunji sticks around and they're gonna help him find his tribe. Sadly, Sev didn't show up. Yeah, I remember before the show started airing, right? Or before the second season started airing, when I saw the title, The Solitary Clone, I was like, oh my gosh, that's gotta be Sev, right? Little did I know that episode would be what it was. And I was like, wait a minute, we're going to Kashyyyk, but Tribe is so far away from the Solitary Clone. How is Sev gonna be in here? That was kind of an interesting realization. But no, I'm sure Sev's out there somewhere. Hopefully he's not dead, but you never know. No Speed Wookiee, but he's one of the favorites. Yeah, Gunji's great. I mean, obviously it has some dark implications with what happened to the rest of his class, I guess you could say. I'm glad Gunji lived at the very least. I hope Bith survived too. Was that the kid, the Ithorian? I think his name was Bith. Or Biff or something like that. Can't remember what his name was. I hope he survived too. I mean, I hope they all survived, but at the very least, Gunji and Biff. I love Tribe. I love going back to Kashyyyk. I love sort of the lore that adds to Kashyyyk with what the Empire were doing there, pre-Jedi Fallen Order. I think for me, Tribe is a very good episode. I think so. Very, very good. And then we have the Clone Conspiracy, which I remember, who was I watching? I might have been watching Blind Wave. It was either Blind Wave or someone else, and they were doing a reaction to one of the episodes, and like, wow, there was no Bad Batch in this episode. And it's like, wow, that there haven't been any Bad Batch episodes without the squad in it. And I was like, is that right? No, that's not true, because the Clone Conspiracy had no Bad Batch in it. That was surprising to me. Watching the episode, I was like, wow, okay, at the very least there's been a cameo of the squad, like in Devil's Deal. This episode had no Bad Batch in it, which definitely surprised me. But we followed Senator Chuchi, which was really cool seeing her again after the Clone Wars, seeing what she's been up to. And also really learning what the Defense Recruitment Bill is, the bill that would usher in the new era of the Imperial Stormtrooper and sort of booting out the clones. Not completely booting out the clones, but once they get to the required rotations, then they are forced into retirement. I really love this political intrigue, right, where Chuchi and Bail Organa are learning from these clones that are, or from this one clone, Slip, who's on the run, that it wasn't a storm that obliterated the cities of Camino. It was Admiral Rampart that did. And they're trying to get to the bottom of this. Chuchi's trying to get to the bottom of this, discover the truth. And meanwhile, Rampart's trying to cover up loose ends, and he's hired an operative, which at the time not even at the time, right now, I'm still kind of confused about. I'm not really sure how Rampart got his hands on an operative. He was associated with Tantis and Camino and all that, but I'm not sure why he would get his own personal operative, considering how not important he is to the Tantis stuff. But anyway, so Rampart has an operative that's hunting down Slip. Slip tries to contact Rex to get him to help. And then Chuchi links up with Slip. She's now being hunted by the operative. Slip gets killed. And then Rex comes in to save her. They figure out that the operative is a clone. They try to figure out who this guy is because all of his identifying markers have been wiped. And then the guy does the cyanide pill thing, but it's an electroshock. But yeah, I really love this episode for what it does for the clones, right? Because it's Chuchi. She's like, okay, no one's going to talk for you guys. No one's going to fight for the rights of clones, the veterans who have, fought in this war in the Clone War to help us all. And now you guys are just being thrown away. I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to fight for you guys. I love that idea. In that scene when she's at 79s and she's like, well, what about, retirement? You guys, like, you guys aren't getting any younger. And one of the clones is like, oh, we weren't trained to think about that. And Chuchi's like, well, it's time you start thinking about it. I thought that was a really cool scene. One of the astromech droids from either this episode or the next one's the same design as an astromech from Resistance. Okay, I'll have to think about that. It wasn't the droid with Bale, right? I don't think R7 was the name. I think R7's Ahsoka's droid. Was it the one with Bale? I don't know. Oh, weird. It has him as two different ones? Okay, I mean, it could be, for sure. That's like a, 50-year gap between the two? It's totally possible. Excuse me. But yeah, no, I love what this does for clones and sort of expands on their role currently in the Empire and what Senator Chuchi is doing to try to fight for their freedom and for their rights to get the support that they need once they're forced into retirement. Yeah, I think that this is a very solid episode. This definitely goes pretty high up in the pecking order. I'm just going to put this at the top of very good for right now. I might adjust that by the end. All right. We have a lot of episodes here in very good, but will that change? I think so. Next up, we have Truth and Consequences, where this arc on Coruscant continues, where Rex and Chuchi contact the Batch for help to get into Admiral Rampart's Venator to steal the recording of him destroying Camino, because Cade made a backup recording of it. They get on the ship, they get the drive with Rex, they bring it back to Chuchi to present to the Senate to, put the kibosh on the defense recruitment bill. But then the Emperor emerges. It was so cool. What a cool scene that was. Just a very ominous scene. Just very dark, horrific music playing behind the Emperor's incredible voice, the voice of Ian McDiarmid. It was really cool hearing Ian be the one to say some of these names. Like, hearing Ian McDiarmid say the names of Admiral Rampart and Senator Chuchi, I thought was really cool. Like, for me, I've never, thought of animation as a lesser than when it comes to live action, so this didn't really mean much to me, how different it was. But I'm sure for a lot of people, it was pretty validating to hear Ian McDiarmid be the one to say Admiral Rampart and my thanks to Senator Chuchi. And it's like, wow, this is cool. Hearing him say these names as opposed to Anakin or, whatever, it's really cool. I know it's such a minor thing, but it really stuck out with me. R2-C4, okay. That's cool that they're the same. I like that connection a lot because, I don't remember that droid from Resistance. It's probably around for just a little bit. But yeah, that's really, really cool. And it did, you're right. This is the first official name drop of Stormtroopers. I'm sure internally they were called that, as opposed to TK Troopers. But yeah, this is the first official verbal acknowledgement of the Imperial Stormtrooper, which is what the TK Troopers are rebranded as when Palpatine throws Rampart under the bus, forces the bill to go through, because he's like, okay, yeah, Rampart did a bad by blowing up Camino, but so did the clones that blindly followed his orders. So yeah, he uses that bill, he twists it in his favor to make it go through, and then yeah, rebranding the TK Troopers as Stormtroopers and making them the primary military of the Empire. And yeah, just a Obviously, we knew this was going to happen eventually, but it's just so, like, gut-wrenching to see, like, well, it's like Echo says right after that, you know, the fate of all clones has been sealed. Yeah, there are a couple other moments in that episode I really enjoy, like when Chuchi takes Omega throughout the Senate and sort of explains how things work. Excuse me. And then she takes Omega to the Senate chamber, and it's like the Emperor's theme is playing, but it's sort of a lighter tone one. And then it would come back later, and it's just evil when the Emperor actually shows up. But yeah, no, I thought it was really cool how he just throws Rampart under the bus, because again, like I said, at the end of the day, no one but the Emperor is invaluable, so Rampart is just another cog in the machine. But yeah, and I love how Omega as well, she's like, we did the right thing, like, are we at fault for doing, you know, what we should have done? And it's like, well, that's the name of the episode, Truth and Consequences. For telling the truth, there were consequences to come with it, and that being the Emperor twisting their efforts. So, and then, yeah, the end of the episode, one of my favorite moments in the whole show, when Echo stays behind with Rex to help the clones that have been affected by this. Oh my gosh, just a gut-wrenching moment when Omega is like, she hasn't really realized what's going on, when Hunter and Tech are like, you know, good luck, Echo, you know where to find us if you need us. And then Omega's just like, what? Good luck? What do you guys mean? And then Echo reveals that he's staying behind so that he can do more. And it's just an absolutely heartbreaking scene when Omega gives Echo that big hug while the clone music is playing with Omega's theme and the Bad Batch theme mixed in with it. It's all done on the piano. Very beautiful scene, and yeah, it gets me emotional every time I watch it. So yeah, Truth and Consequences for me, I think it's an amazing episode. I think it goes in amazing. I think having that and Clone Conspiracy right next to each other works. I love what it does for the clones. I love what it does for Echo and for the rest of the batch when they're sort of brought back into the mix. I love it. It's a great episode. And then the crossing we have after that. I remember when I saw the titles of all these episodes, I was like, okay, this is a Crosshair episode because it's called The Crossing. But how wrong was I? We have the crossing, which sees the batch very much affected by Echo's loss. I mean, he's not dead. He's just not with them anymore. And they're still doing missions for Sid. They're still just, you know, getting by. And them, you know, Omega especially being very affected by this, and Tech sort of being the one where it's like, this squad existed before Echo and it will exist after him. I don't know what your problem is, where he's not realizing Omega's pain, right? And that's Tech's very logical way of thinking. He doesn't, I mean, like he says later on, as you can see in the picture for this episode, he explains his, you know, his mental is, he looks at things he doesn't process things the same as someone like Omega would, but it doesn't mean that he feels any less, right? Oh my gosh. I mean, I'll get to that scene, but Omega sort of being frustrated with the squad for not really acknowledging Echo's absence. And she goes off to, you know, to not vent her frustrations, but to just cool off. Yeah, very, very, very character heavy episode this is. And then yeah, when Tech goes off to apologize to Omega, she falls down the thing, and pretty much without a second thought he jumps in right after her to save her, and then or at least to help her. And then they end up in that big cave, and then they have that very, very sweet conversation with one another, where Omega is like, you know, everything's changing and you don't even care. And yeah, I'm not going to say it verbatim, but it's just the exchanges that they have with one another are so heartwarming. And then they sort of get to know, or they get to understand each other's position and get on the same page. And their ship got stolen, by the way. And then they contact Sid, like, hey, our ship got stolen. Can you come pick us up? And Sid says, nah, even though they've been helping her this whole time. Love how the batch accepted Echo into their brotherhood, by which he talked to Crosshair more, since Crosshair called him a reg and was willing to let him die. The relationship was so weird. I agree. Yeah, I feel like Echo and Crosshair definitely needed a little bit more time. At the very least in just the first episode, right? Where, like, I think they interact one time, and it's when, after Echo gets hit with the lunch tray, and then he wakes up in the med bay, and then he's explaining Tarkin, and then Tech is like, the same Tarkin from the Citadel mission, where you, how should I put this? And Wrecker goes, blew up, and Crosshair, and turned into that. And it's like, that's like the only time Crosshair ever actually talks to Echo before joining the Empire. So yeah, I definitely wish that they got a little more, just a little more to really hammer that in. But I still remember reviews of seeing season 1 saying how little development in the show gave to Tech, how times changed. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, I appreciated what we got of Tech in season 1. I do wish there was more. I like Tech being this sort of like unfazed individual by all the bad things going on. Like in episode 3, when their ship is launched out of hyperspace and they're plummeting toward the plane, he's like, oh, we're fine. And then, you know, he's so nonchalant about Omega being in danger. But yeah. And now he's one of people's favorite characters in the show, and for good reason. But yeah, so the squad managed to escape the cave, and Omega and Tech are on the same page now, and things are looking better. So yeah, just for all the great stuff that happened in this episode, I'm really, part of me wants to put it in amazing, just because of how good of character work it did for Tech and Omega especially. Man. I want to put in amazing. I want to. And I might. Just because of how special their interactions are. But I think I'll put it just before the Clone Conspiracy for now. Just for now. I obviously it's a very good episode, but yeah, those interactions are just so special. It makes me want to put it in amazing, and I might reconsider that later, but for right now, we'll stick it in very good. Okay, Retrieval, and just like how Infested is an episode that did nothing for me, Retrieval is also an episode that did nothing for me. I don't think that this episode needed to be as long as it was. Obviously, it's important that the Batch go and get their ship back. And that's about it. I don't really, you know, this episode doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, if it's amazing, it'd be at the bottom. Yeah, I agree. I think it'd definitely be below Truth and Consequences for me, but yeah, I don't know if I can put it above Clone Conspiracy. But yeah, man, Retrieval just doesn't do much for me. Isn't this kid, what's his name, Benny, I think? Is Benny voiced by Yuri Lowenthal? I think I remember seeing that somewhere. I think I heard his voice and I was like, oh my gosh, that's Yuri Lowenthal. And then turns out it was, maybe, if I'm remembering that right. But yeah, I mean, that's cool, having Yuri Lowenthal in this show. That's awesome. But this episode doesn't do anything for me. There's like one thing I like in this episode. Two things, actually. There's two things I like in this episode. And it's when the Batch get to that little outside camp and Benny is like trying to tear apart Gonki. And then Hunter comes in and is like, that's our Gonk droid. And Benny tries to leave, but they catch him. And then the other scene, I think it's the best scene in the episode, is when Omega is held by the droid on top of that like catwalk. And she does like a monkey flip to the droid off of the railing. And she holds out her hand for Hunter to catch her. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's a Flying Grayson's move. That was like very like Dick Grayson and his family doing Flying Grayson stuff at the circus, at Haley's Circus. That was the vibe that gave me. That was probably my favorite moment in the episode. Yuri voicing a character named Benny. I see the irony in that Lucasfilm. Yeah, I honestly wish I could get the reference. I'm sure he voices a character named Benny someplace else. But yeah, I wasn't sure. I'm not sure what the connection is, but I mean, getting Yuri Lowenthal in there is pretty cool. I agree. Gonki is king. Gonki is the best. I love how Gonki gets to like have his big moment in during War Mantle. That was really cool. Yeah, Retrieval. I think it's gotta go an average for me. It's above Infested because of that moment with the Flying Grayson's move. Oh, Ben 10. Oh my gosh, you're right. How could I not see that? I was thinking just Benny. So yeah, Ben 10, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I get it now. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry, I was thinking just Benny. I was like, okay, there's a character he plays in Benny in some anime or something that I've never seen. But yeah, no, Ben 10, you're absolutely right. Alright, so yeah, Retrieval, I'll put that in average. That's just sort of where I feel like it belongs. Again, this episode just doesn't do much for me. Metamorphosis, however, is pretty much the exact opposite. I don't know if it'll be an excellent, but it'll be up there. We have the return of the Zillo Beast. Finally, after like over 12 years, I think, since we last saw the Zillo in Clone Wars. Like, wow, that was cool. And man, could they have not reintroduced the Zillo Beast in a better way. We have the ship that's thrown out of hyperspace, and it's smoking, and it's like crackling, and inside the ship you just hear screaming on the comm system as like it's this like synthetic, like very intense synthetic, like one note of intense synth just going throughout the ship in the soundtrack. And then you have a clone commando that's running down the hallway with the little cattle prod thing, and he's afraid of something. It was so alien, and it was perfect. Yeah, and then we have the introduction of Dr. Hemlock, which was so well done. I love his theme song. It's so good. I'll get into Hemlock more as it goes on, but I love the introduction to Dr. Hemlock. And we see Emery as well for the first time. And then we see Nala Se on Tantis, which we saw at the end of Season 1. But yeah, so Hemlock meets with Nala Se, and he's like, hey, you should come and help me. She's like, no, man. I know what the Emperor wants to do. I want no part of that. Only time we see a baby Zillo, and seeing commandos run away scared immediately tells us how powerful it is. Yeah, right? Like, we don't really know how it escaped, I don't think. But with it being the size that it was compared to what it can be, and commandos are, terrified of it, yeah, that thing is a monster. And we know later on when Tech is like, the only possible possible answer is that it ate the crew, and Omega's like, it ate the crew? This is so good. I love it. Yeah, getting introduced to Hemlock is awesome, and then, yeah, the Batcher called in by Sid, so I think this is the first time that they've spoken since when they contacted her on the planet when their ship gets stolen. So yeah, them getting this one final job to go to this wrecked ship, and little would they know that it was a monster. It eats electricity, so they probably tried to shock it and just ate it. Yeah, I think so, right? Because when Wrecker has the staff, it kind of looks like the Zillo kind of smiles a little bit. He's like, yeah, give it to me. I love that part. Yeah, I think that it was always interesting to me because I always wondered what it would be like if Star Wars went a full horror route. Like a real just scary route. Like we've gotten stuff like that before. We've gotten little jump scares or whatever. We've gotten some spooky moments like in Clone Wars when they're on the Duchess Satine ship. And the assassin droid, the assassin probot droid gets into the ship. That was a spooky thing when the clones were with their flashlights on. And then you got the Geonosian zombies as well. That stuff's creepy. But I feel like this just amped it up entirely. And it helps when the animation style is as good as it is. Because you have this dark, decrepit ship, and Tech is in the bridge, and he hears noises, and he's spinning around, and he's aiming his gun, and it's just, yeah, I just love it. And then the music as well when Hunter, Wrecker, and Omega are in the chamber room, and the ooze from the Zillo's mouth starts leaking onto Wrecker's shoulder or whatever, and then they look up and they see it come down, and again, more just intense synthetic music playing. I love that bit so much. And then, yeah, when the Zillow's eating the generator of the ship, and Tech's just fascinating. But yeah, I love that. And then you have the Empire, they come in full force It was like 3 Venators, I think, right? It was like 3 Venators and 1 science ship that came out of hyperspace. And it's like, wow, if they just bring in 1 Venator for, whatever mission it is that they're doing on like Desix or whatever, 3 Venators, then they know that the Zillow's a problem. That they need to, purify, right? To make sure there's no witnesses or anything. So the science ship comes in, it's beaming the Zillow Beast, and it's gotten bigger at this point because it consumes energy to get bigger. Was it ever confirmed if the Zillow Beast actually eats energy to get bigger, like the original Zillow Beast that got cloned? Is that like just a thing that's in Zillow culture, or is this like a byproduct of the cloning? That's what I'm wondering. Because at first I was like, okay, it's probably because it's a clone, and they're experimenting on it to see what it can do. And it was like a side effect is that it eats electricity to get bigger. I don't know if it was the actual Zillow Beast in Clone Wars that did that to get bigger. Because I feel like that was like fully grown at that point. But anyway, yeah, so the Empire comes in, they stun the Zillow Beast with the beam that they used in Clone Wars to get it to go to sleep. And then the claw emerges like it's Toy Story, emerges from the ship, picks up the Zillow, takes it in. Scorch and the guys go in, and they Scorch and the other commandos go in to capture the entire village, basically. As it was fully grown, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, because I was wondering, because like they were dumping the fuel into the pit that the Zillow is in. And it's like, okay, why would you do that if it gets bigger? But they were doing that to poison it. Pretty sure 2 of them didn't even launch any fighters. They're quite literally over-prepared to deal with the Zillow Beast. Yeah, right? Because, yeah, it's like, wow, you guys are really sending everything at this. When later on in Tipping Point, when Echo and the boys go and attack that Gozanti, you only send in 1 Venator, but 3 for a Zillow. And, yeah, it was like only 1 of them launched gunships, I feel like, in the shuttle with Scorch in it. But yeah, so Scorch comes in, he takes that, but then they see that there was a ship, an unidentified military ship that escaped, and then he reports that to Hemlock. Hemlock tells him to go find out who that was, and then, they take the Zillow Beast back to Tantis. And it wouldn't be for another year or so where we figure out what happens then. I love that. And then, Lamasu, who was captured back in Season 1, comes in, and he tells Hemlock about Omega and her importance to Nalase to get her cooperation. So, yeah, Metamorphosis is amazing. I think that's where it goes. I think it goes to amazing. I wasn't even intending on saying like, yeah, it's amazing, but yeah, I think it goes up here. I think it definitely goes up in amazing. I think it's reintroduction. I think just the horror aspect of it, getting introduced to Dr. Hemlock. We're really getting the ball rolling with the plot and where we're going to be going from here with how important Tantis is to everything. I think Metamorphosis is amazing. Oh boy, the Outpost. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know where to begin with the Outpost, to be honest, because this might be my favorite episode of the entire show. So if that tells you where I'm going to put it, I'll just put it up there right now, I think. I think The Outpost is my favorite episode of The Bad Batch, at least for right now until we get to Season 3. I'll have to figure that out later, but yeah, The Outpost for me is like my comfort episode of the whole show, and for good reason. You see Crosshair there, he's on Coruscant, the defense recruitment bill has gone into effect, so clones are being forced into retirement. He's assigned to this scumbag lieutenant who sees clones, chuckling on the ship or whatever. And he's like, oh, fantastic, more clones. Crosshair's, problem, sir. It's like, yes, I don't like used equipment. Oh man, this dude sealed his fate when he said that line. I wish Crosshair stayed evil, but the redemption was well done. Yeah, I agree. Because, like I said with the Season 1 stuff, I don't know if Crosshair going good was always the plan. Because it just kind of seemed like a foregone conclusion that he'd be the villain. But maybe somewhere along the way they were like, okay, we kind of have to turn him good now. Which, I think his redemption was so phenomenally done. And it really, I mean, it started with Cody, but this is sort of where it really kicks off. And again, clones go to a dangerous place, and TK troopers go there afterwards. You're exactly right. Because I think I bring it up in what video was it that I did? I don't even, did I actually make that video, or did I write the script? I don't remember. But I bring up, I think, how Mayday, when they're in the cave, right? And Mayday's like, combat troopers babysitting cargo shipments. And that's exactly what Wilco does in the premiere. So it's like clones at this point are sent to dangerous planets with, you know, unknown risks and all kinds of things. And with Cody, right? Like Cody and the gang are sent in to, you know, a dangerous place that they don't know what they know, that there's a battalion of droids there, but they don't really know what's going on there. Just getting this sort of insight into how clones think about this situation post defense recruitment bill, post stormtrooper uprising, you know, it's pretty fascinating. This episode also made me reflect on the other episodes prior and go from finding this show to all right to great. Yeah. And for me, I was always, I think it was the first few episodes of the show where I was like, okay, I understand what this is. This is like Rebels Season 1, except it's Clone Wars animation. But then I realized by probably episode 3, when Crosshair like commits war crimes back to back to back, it's like, okay, maybe not. Maybe this show is on its own league. So Crosshair, he's assigned to Barton 4. He goes there with the lieutenant. They go in, Lieutenant Nolan, he's there, and then he like slips on the ice, and one of the clones tries to help him. He tries to be a good guy, and he gets punished for that, for being a good dude. Hey, Killer B, how's it going? TK armor is phased out later on, so Mayday and his men might have died for that armor. Wouldn't be as yeah, right? Yeah, like like at this point not at this point because the armor is still being used, but like if they had survived for a few more months or however long it goes until they start using stormtrooper armor, it might have been all pointless. We are on the Outpost. That is currently the episode that we're talking about, season 2, episode 12. For my money, my favorite episode of the show up to this point. That might change once we get to season 3 and whatnot, but the Outpost, just an unbelievable time. So Crosshair, he meets Mayday, and Mayday is such a good character. He's just this jaded, grizzled clone he's seen the horrors of war, and he's, we're good soldiers, we follow orders, and for what? He's kind of sees through the Empire. He's like, okay, whatever. We're just doing our job at this point. We're not really committed to this. And Crosshair sort of has this conflict of character, right, where Nolan is so Imperial, and Crosshair likes to think he's so Imperial, but Mayday is kind of chipping away at him, where he's like trying to get him to crack, where he's like, you've known the lieutenant for very long, and Crosshair's like, for about 2 hours. 2 hours too long, and Crosshair kind of chuckles. And then, Mayday says his name. He's like, I'm Mayday, or, name's Mayday. And Crosshair, this is the first time Crosshair has ever said his own name, because the whole time is that it's, CT9904, and it's all numerical as the Empire goes. And this is the first time, besides when Cody said it, that, Crosshair verbalizes his own name, which is really cool. The only nitpick for this entire episode is that clones came with Crosshair to the Outpost, more or less didn't show up again once they get inside the base. I agree. Because Mayday mentions them, right? After the Raiders take the cargo, and Mayday is like, then I need all your men for this mission. And Nolan's like, whatever, man, it's just going to be you two. They never really show up, so did they die when Mayday's other dudes died? I don't know. I would personally put the crossing in amazing tier. I know it wasn't very plot driven, but the character work was masterful. There's another YouTube that did 16-minute analysis of it. Right before you got here, I was actually contemplating putting it in amazing. I feel like when it comes to Clone Conspiracy and Truth of Consequences, it just did that much more for me a little bit. But no, I absolutely agree. I think for character work, it is one of the absolute best when it comes to just the character side of things, where it's Tech and Omega getting on the same page, getting through their roadblock of Echo leaving. I think it's just perfect. They live maybe inside the base of a gunship. Yeah, I was thinking, they're just inside the base, just guarding. I kind of wish we saw them when Crosshair and Mayday got back from the mission. I kind of wish we'd just see them just hanging out or doing whatever. But that might have put a damper on things, because when Mayday and Crosshair, when Crosshair's like, help him, and Nolan's like, no, you think that the clones might have interjected and been like, yeah, we're gonna help them because they're our brothers. We don't leave our own brothers behind. So maybe that's why they didn't show them again, because that might have contradicted the power of the scene. But I agree, it would have been nice to see them again. Crossing makes Tech. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it very much does, because Tech really, you really get a heart-to-heart with him. It's very, very special. So Crosshair and Mayday, they're bonding. They're out on the ice. Mayday reveals that he doesn't know what's in the crates, but he's been there for over a year guarding them. The base gets attacked. We lose Hex and Veach, I think are their names. Mayday adds their helmets to the mural, to the memorial, and then Nolan orders them to go out and get the cargo back, no matter what it is. And don't they talk about rebels stealing armor from dead clones? They stole armor from dead and refused to take TK armor. That's like a lot, yeah. And the TKs were willing to help Crosshair and Mayday. Yeah, right? Because maybe at this point, because when they find the dead raider, when Crosshair shoots him and he bleeds out, right? Mayday's like, oh, I don't know what, worries me more, that he stole armor off my men or that his cohorts left him here. I think that, what was the point of that? Aside from the thrill, right? We don't know how these raiders think. They're probably just like Tusken raiders, just in the snow. So they probably just steal it for whatever. So you would think that, at the very least, they just take it. And when they get back and the TKs are like, over there, it's them. And they all group around them. And it's like, okay, maybe they'd help, but Nolan's all right, whatever. And then the stormtroopers just kind of shrug and walk away. Clones Mayday died to the Raiders, only Mayday's boys, I think so. I think it was probably just them, but so the clones must have just been inside the base or something at this rate. Yeah, right, no point in carrying dead weight. Remind me not to die on your watch. So I love that scene when they're in the cave. And the steps on the landmine, what was that about dead weight? And then them just sort of having this nice little discussion where Mayday's sort of poking a little bit more at Crosshair, trying to learn more about him. I also like how Mayday's not really prejudiced against Crosshair, because we see that so many times in this show, where it's like Clone Force 99 are different. So therefore they're like the black sheep of the clone family. And at this point, it's like, okay, we kind of have to put aside our differences since things are really changing for all of us. And Mayday, we don't really know if Mayday knew who Clone Force 99 was. Captain Gray did back in the first episode of the show. But, because Crosshair tells him that he was a part of Clone Force 99. And Mayday doesn't really say, like, oh, yeah, I knew them. He just asks what happened to them. So I kind of like how it's, they're all on the same page now, basically. And then, Mayday helps Crosshair. They spot the cargo. They go and get it. They learn it's TK armor. One of the explosions from one of the mines causing an avalanche. Did the Pabu episode happen before the outpost or after? Honestly, I think it's happening during. It just kind of makes sense for me for it to be happening concurrently with the outpost. Because Crosshair gets taken to Tantis at the end of this episode. And then you have Pabu right after that. And then right after that is Tipping Point, where Crosshair is like freshly on Tantis. Because Emery says that, the doctor will see you shortly. And given Crosshair's importance to the plan of getting Omega, you feel like Hemlock wouldn't waste much time in going to see Crosshair. He wouldn't wait a couple days. So I feel like it's probably over the course of a day. So I feel like Pabu happens the same time as the outpost. And then you have, Tipping Point and so on is like a day later. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a thing where I think it was Star Wars Explained. I think it was Alex who said that it's kind of an interesting parallel where you have on one side you have Pabu, where you have one natural disaster where it's the tsunami, and everyone as a community works together to get to higher ground and they live, whereas Crosshair is very much of his like he sees himself as more valuable than other clones, and it's the avalanche that rushes right through him that changes his perception. So it's kind of an interesting parallel where two natural disasters, one are relatively unaffected, the other has his entire world shattered. So yeah, it's a very interesting parallel. See that I know there's I wish there was one clone that didn't know about Clone Force 99 and thought that Crosshair was a TK trooper in fancy armor. Some clones leave with him when he sits, right, when he sits down at the lunch table and then they just get up and walk away. So yeah, no, I could see that because Crosshair, he's built different. He's not that he's built, I mean, he is built different, but he looks different. He doesn't have the same body type as the average clone. He's a little more skinny and he's a little more taller. So yeah, I could see that someone sees him as like a TK. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all about family. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so then Crosshair, he gets Mayday out of the snow. He takes him back to the outpost. They make it to the the tarmac, right? They get to the front doorstep of the outpost, and they have the chance. Nolan could have done it. He could have helped Mayday, but no, that'd be a waste of the Empire's resources. Mayday dies on the Empire's doorstep. Crosshair is done with it. The Ice Vulture, the theme of the episode with the Ice Vulture circling overhead, that's just waiting to take its opportunities. Crosshair kills Nolan, one of the best scenes in the whole show, and then he gets taken to Tantis. Yeah. Crosshair's path leads to being alone on a frozen mountain. TVB's leads to the beach. Exactly, right? Yeah, it's the Bad Batch chose their freedom. They chose their independency from the Empire, from this evil organization, and they get the luxury. They get this too good to be true environment. And then you have Crosshair, who sticks to his ways. He's still pretty selfish about his position. And then it just comes crashing down all around him, just like the avalanche does. So yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I bring up a lot in this, is imagine thinking you're indispensable. Yeah, where it's like Admiral Rampart. He sees himself as very indispensable in these early episodes because he's behind Project War Mantle. He's behind the Ryloth refinery. He's behind, the Camino stuff. He's behind all of this. So he thinks, and the defense recruitment bill. So he thinks that he's so important, but then the Emperor's like, no way, bud, get out of here. This is my show. So yeah. But yeah, no, The Outpost, I think an easy, excellent, definitely one of my favorite episodes of the entire show. I think very deserving of that top spot. Then we have Pabu, which, like you guys are saying, is such like a contrast. It's luxury. Like I said, it's too good to be true. It's like, wow, okay, this is such a beautiful place. And it's a haven for us. There's no way that this is going to last, right? And yeah, I love how they're just able to sit down for a second after all this pain and all of this, this sadness and loss, like losing Echo, and they lost their ship for a second there, and being on thin ice with Sid. They're walking on eggshells with Sid. It's it's a very great change of pace for them. I love The Outpost. It's such an important episode, a perfect setting for the Hunter Crosshair confrontation. Yes, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think getting ahead to it, the return is such a great contrast to that, because now the sun is shining, right? It's such a different environment for them, and Crosshair with Hunter as well. Yeah, no, Pabu, like I said, with the tsunami that comes through, it's a pretty good parallel with that. I wish I knew where I could put this one. Part of me wants to put Pabu in Amazing, just because it does so well with these characters, but I don't know if I can put it above The Crossing, because The Crossing is such an important thing for these characters. I feel like it's a little more important because it's so introspective and very personal. fighting Pabu was a victory for everyone except for AZ. Yeah, yeah, and maybe Gonki too, because you know how the Munoz, those little monkeys, they just love attacking Gonki. I think for right now, I'm just gonna put Pabu right before the crossing, but I might shift that. I might shift that later. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot for it. I think Pabu is just a very good episode. I remember at the time I was like, okay, yeah, this is kind of like Retrieval and Infested, where I'll skip it on my rewatch, but no way. This episode is so important to these characters. Eventually, AZ gets promoted from bartender to sniping trainer, so Pabu W. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And then he kind of gets to be a medic there too, where like he's just the bartender on Pabu, but he's actually like doing stuff. Or no, I'm sorry, on Ord Mantell, but on Pabu he's actually like doing important stuff. So yeah. Tipping Point, oh my goodness, what an incredible episode. And I'm not just saying that because Captain Hauser came back, my absolute favorite clone of all time. Not just because he's teal and white, but he's just a beautiful clone. Yeah, Tipping Point is awesome. I love Tipping Point. I feel like for how long it is, it's what, like just about like 27 minutes, closer to 30 maybe. It tells so many individual stories all in one go. The intro on Balmora, which is cool seeing Balmora. That's really cool seeing that in like a show for the first time. With Echo and Gregor and the other two coming in, Fireball and Nemec, to come in and rescue Hauser and the others. And then I just love this. It feels like this is really like the era of the Empire. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like you have all these stormtroopers and you have a clone commando on the ship, and you have that officer's like detain the prisoners and the whatever. I love that dynamic. And then when the Star Destroyer comes in and it kind of plays the Imperial March. It starts, but then it cuts off because it's not the full Empire yet. Oh, it's so good. So good. This is the only episode that gave us some Echo-centric time. Yes, I agree. Wish we could see Echo's adventures more since he is still part of the batch. I absolutely agree. I love that Echo. Like, this was sort of a out of universe. This was sort of a blessing in disguise for Echo because it gave him something, you know, because the whole time, you know, and this isn't really a knock on the show, I don't think. It's Echo just sort of fit in with everyone else. Like, yeah, he wanted to do more. He wanted to sort of branch out and do stuff with Rex, but he sort of still fit the batch's mold. But him breaking out, going to be with Rex to go help these, you know, these clones that have been affected by the changes in the Empire, it was the best thing that could have happened to him. I think he has to forget to count in jail because he miscounted the 6 men that stood up with him for 8. You're right. I mean, there's always the possibility that there were like 2 more that when they were walking through the corridor is like, hey, what are you guys doing? And then those 2 got taken. But yeah. Yeah. So we lost, 4 of them then? Because there were only 2 that were with him, if those were his men. Yeah. Farwell by himself takes on like 15 TK troopers, yeah. Then Crosshair at the end takes a bunch down. TKs are so weak compared to clones, yeah. If they do a show about Echo, they'll need Death Troopers to pose a threat. Yeah, and so that's kind of what my idea was, is that the Elite Squad Troopers, right? Just from their appearance with the green visor, the clad in black armor with the different color variations, they're kind of the prototype Death Trooper. And yeah, I mentioned before, I'm doing a video on the history of the Elite Squad Troopers, and I kind of bring that up where they sort of seem like the prototype, because Crosshair, right? His armor, if I can go up here, what's a good look on Crosshair? I think right here, yeah. You can kind of see, like, from this point down, from like the mouthpiece down, it's very Death Trooper looking, because it's got the little 2 things here. It's got the like clone thing going on. It's just a little more Death Troopery. So yeah, I think that the Elite Squad being these sort of like proto Death Troopers just kind of makes sense. Yeah. Echo double up with Tech. His more bigger picture perspective personality was a great decision. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it was really the best thing they could have done with him. Elite Squad Troopers have my favorite armor. It was so good. I remember when we saw in the trailer, in the Bad Batch reveal trailer, I was like, oh my gosh, these are like the covert ops clones just in Clone Wars. They look a little different, but it's, you know, the black armor. I thought that was cool, but them being like the prototype for the Death Trooper was a really cool idea. Someone complained Echo that was a bit of a useless character, so Echo having a riff with Hunter is a good choice. Clash of ideology. It was absolutely a clash of ideology, yeah. Because it's in that first or second episode of season 2. Where he's like, we should be doing more. And then he's like, Omega's the reason that we're in this position right now. That's not a problem, but it is. And now our world has changed. Yeah. Yeah, in Rebels, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they definitely, yeah. It was an interesting choice to not do the scramble voice thing in Rebels, but I understand why they did it. Because they wanted to be sort of an antagonist character that talked. Yeah, where were we? Okay, yeah, so tipping point. Yeah, they rescue Hauser, that thing's going on. Then Crosshair's in Tantis, and he meets Dr. Hemlock for the first time. Hemlock's trying to find out where Omega is. Crosshair's not budging. It's not like he really isn't budging. He just doesn't know anything. He's been out of the loop since Camino. But yeah, so then Hemlock's, trying to interrogate Crosshair on Pabu. Echo's back with the squad, trying to, crack the data that they stole from the Gazanti. And then they learn about Hemlock. Crosshair escapes and he sends the encoded message, but then Hemlock puts in his... I always think of it's like fear toxin. It like changes Hemlock's voice when he's in there when Crosshair's starting to pass out. But Hemlock's special formula, Crosshair gets recaptured, and then the Batch get the encoded message. They find out Crosshair's in Tantis. And then, yeah, favorite shot in tipping point is when that TK trooper leans down to secure the straps, and then he looks up at Crosshair's ABS face. Yeah, it was like the biggest rookie mistake you could have ever made. It's like... yeah, okay, let's just put down my rifle right next to this prisoner whose hand is right there. Like, even if Crosshair's hand wasn't strapped down, I'm sure he could have grabbed it. That's another thing with the clone commandos sort of not training the TK troopers as best as they could, like Gregor said. But yeah, so I just love how all these things are happening all at one time in this episode. It really is the tipping point. This really feels like a penultimate episode, even though the summit is a penultimate episode, but just feels like that. So yeah, and then like Tarkin is like, talking with Hemlock about the clones and how, there are insurgent clones within their ranks, but they're routing them out. And Hemlock's like, all right, come on, man, you just send them to me. And Tarkin's like, okay, all right, come and tell us your plan at the summit. And then, yeah, then Crosshair is interrogated more. The squad learn about Hemlock and what he's all about. Or not really what he's all about, but they learn that he exists. Yeah. Yeah, regs, yeah, right? Yeah, I wonder if that sort of became the new norm for guys like Clone Commandos when they see the TK troopers all around. It's like, oh, these are the new regs. Oh my gosh, Flying Lesson was so good. Oh, what a beautiful scene that was. Right, where, yeah, Tech is taking Omega with these flying lessons, and he is like white knuckling it on the seat there. He's just so in fear of Omega's risky flying. But then, I mean, he eventually collects himself, but like, his goggles, he always has to readjust his goggles. Omega's like, oh, the collision alarms didn't go off. That's because they shorted out in the last time you tried this. And then, Omega does the tech turn, which I always link to Star Wars Squadrons because that's such like a Squadrons thing to do, where you boost, cut the engines, and swing around real fast, do a quick 180, and then boost again. It's, yeah, just very Squadrons. Nicholas DeMaya made a post that Crosshair is going to be made into a clone commando and replace Sev. He's wrong, of course, but they did try and make him a new clone commando. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because that was the whole re-education thing. Which is what I think happened to Scorch, but he wasn't made into an operative, so I'm not really sure how that process was. The Flying Lessons soundtrack, yeah, I mean, the entire soundtrack of the whole show is so good, and I've listened to it all so many times, but yeah, the Flying Lesson one definitely stands out, because it has this such like, it links back to Pabu, right? It's just such a beautiful, like, very, not on the down low, but it's like a very calming mixed with Omega, dun dun dun, and it's flying. It's kind of like Tech, losing his mind while she's flying. But it adds so much to the scene. It's just so good. He made a picture of Clone Commando with black armor and a green visor. Oh yeah, I imagine it kind of looks like the Omega Squad like the figures, right? The Omega Squad like 4-pack where it's all like all black commandos, but instead of the silver visor, it's green. That'd be really cool. That first shot of the flying lesson where Tech is holding on for dear life while Omega just bobs her head around. Yeah, it's like oh, what am I thinking of? It's like she's smiling and it's like, you know, casual driving, but it's like Tech is like, oh my gosh, get me out of here. And yeah, and then Echo shows up and, you know, they quote unquote race to the platform because then Omega gets there so much later, and then Tech is like dizzy getting out of it. It's very good. Yeah, it's playful. That's such a great word for it. That's what I was thinking of. It's extremely playful. Where like, yeah, Omega's just flying, Gonki is, you know, flying around all over the place. Yeah, it's great. Thanks to my excellent instruction. The Tech turn? Well, that's not what it's called, but I quite like it. I suppose you know, do this before I come to my senses. Yeah, it's so good. Tipping point. I think it's an easy amazing for me. It might even be excellent, but I think, gosh, I might even like it the most out of all of these ones in amazing. I think it might be the top of amazing for me. If that says anything about where the season 2 finale, both those episodes are going to go, then, I mean, so be it. But yeah, I think Tipping Point is just the perfect, like, things are going down episode. Like, this is sort of the Into the Breach of this, where it's like, we are in the end game now type feeling for this episode. Excuse me. So yeah. All right. Then we have the summit. The squad go to Eriadu, and I love going to Eriadu in a show. That's really cool. Getting to see Tarkin's homeworld and see what it's like. Very cloudy, very mountainy. And yeah, just another example of the show just looking so gorgeous. Just the trees and the lighting and the dirt on the ground as they're walking with the clouds in the background. So good. And yeah, so the squad, they hitch a ride into the compound. Hemlock gets there. They're doing the briefing. I love the characters that they had there in that room. So you had Tarkin, you had Krennic, Commander Krennic. You had Admiral Coburn, which was a really nice surprise. I was kind of surprised that they did. I honestly feel like Admiral Coburn was actually a stand-in for Yularen because of what happened to Tom Kane after he had his stroke and he wasn't able to, you know, voice act anymore. I feel like he might have been a stand-in. Because yeah, I feel like Yularen was sort of a perfect fit for that environment. And him saying, you know, I serve with the clones. They're, you know, cunning warriors. I can imagine Yularen saying that. And then you had General Ramadi as well, which is cool seeing him. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I am definitely with you. I'm getting there with that one, Saw Gerrera. Oh boy. Yeah. It's like, you know, Saw, he always comes in and it's like most of the time, like he obviously has a noble purpose, but something always goes wrong with him. Like in Rebels, you know, when Ezra and Sabine come along for his little adventure to figure out what's going on with the Death Star, right? Like his blindness to what's happening, it causes this kyber crystal to explode, and his just distrust of everything. Yeah, his constant state of paranoia at that point is just it's harming everything around him. But anyway, yeah, so the batch infiltrate the base. I love the scene when Omega and Wrecker, I actually just recently rewatched these few episodes, and Tipping Point, the Summon, Plan 99, and it's really cool when Omega and Wrecker are in the hangar and they're trying to put the beacon on Hemlock's ship, and the whole time I'm thinking, wait a minute, what if they forget what ship it is? What if they plant the beacon on the wrong shuttle? And then Omega does it. Tech, or I think it was Echo. I think Echo causes the distraction in the room. Yeah, because Tech and Hunter go off to find out the cameras. Yeah, so Echo is causing the distraction with the V-Wing smashing into the boxes. Wrecker makes a boot out of a mouse droid. And so I was watching these episodes with my brother because he's been going through the Bad Batch for the first time. And he said that like Wrecker could make the mouse droids into like roller skates. And I love that so much because he totally could have. You could do that. You could just plant your foot through mouse droids and just turn them into roller skates and it would work. I love that so much. But anyway, so the squad go through, they figure out what's going on with the cameras. There's a thermal explosive on this key point in the base, and then Saw Gerrera is revealed. And then the first time we've seen him since the first episode of the show. And yeah, so he's there to kill these Imperial officers. Hunter and Tech are like, no, we can't, sorry, we're tracking one of the officers. They have one of our squad mates captured somewhere, and we need to find out where. Obviously Saw is very ignorant to this. He believes that his way or the highway. And so he plans on going through with this plan that he's got going on, but then they get spotted and big shootout. they get what's the name of the track? Insurgents Compromised. That's basically what happens there. Insurgents do get compromised. I love the scene when the stormtrooper starts coming through the door, and then Hunter or Tech, I think it was Tech smacks the rifle of the guy that kind of stuns him, and then Hunter uses the dude as a body shield, and this all happens in one shot. I love that so much. And then the stormtrooper's like, oh, I don't know what to do. Let's shoot my teammate here. Asteroids used to be kind of a menace by their tiny size, but they just get bullied around the Bad Batch. They do. Yeah, especially in, I think Shadows of Tantis especially. That was so great. So then Saw, he and his group get to the shuttle, and another thing, it's like, okay, did they plant the beacon on the wrong shuttle? No. Did Saw Gerrera take the shuttle with the tracking device on it? That would have been really bad, but he didn't. So the batch escape to the rail car. They get on, it starts taking off, and then Saw blows up, whatever he can in the base, takes out the shuttle, takes out the homing beacon with it. So there goes that plan. And then it cuts out the generator, which strands the batch over thousands of miles, it looks like, up in the air. Thought the mouse was going to ruin the escape, but yeah, it just kicks it, yeah. It was so good. It was such an unnecessary thing. Like, she didn't need to do that, but it's just, yeah, it's so good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, they would. Yeah. As a pet, as a Roomba, yeah, they would work so well. So the batch, they're stranded on Ariadu, on this rail car, and Tarkin is angry. And I think this episode is definitely at the top of amazing, but it could also be an excellent. I'm not sure. Do I want to put this in excellent? It's a pretty amazing episode, but I might put the next one in excellent. The summit is extremely good. I think we'll keep it at the top of amazing for now, but that could change. Much like many other episodes here, that could change. Okay. Plan 99. We are well over halfway through now. About 2 hours and 50 minutes in. Let's go. We're almost there. Plan 99. Goodness gracious. What more needs to be said? What more needs to be said about this episode? Oh, getting that encoding overload thing. Okay, now it's gone. Oh boy. Yep. Plan 99. Things all go wrong in this episode. Everything goes wrong. I don't think a single thing goes right in this episode. Wow. Yeah. Just sadness, man. Just sadness all around. Like, I don't know what to say. Like Tech does what he's got to do. Does what he has to do for the benefit of the squad. And he does. And that's that. And I love the urgency of the whole scene, right? All the way up into really before they get back to Ord Mantell. The urgency of the whole thing, just the music is just blasting at this point. And then when the V-Wings come in, Hunter's like, we got 3 fighters coming in. And then it goes quiet. And they're like, I don't see them. And then it's like a shark in the water. You see the wing of the V-Wing coming through the clouds with the rest of them in formation. It's like, wow, this is tense. And then Hunter, like, get the power on or whatever he says. And then, they start shooting and things just go awful. But eventually Tech's able to do it because of course he can. And then, things happen. Tech has to do what he's got to do. Just absolute heartbreaking stuff. The sacrifice theme is reprised throughout the OST of season 3. It is such a beautiful track. It really is. 2 repeats of the sacrifice theme before tech each louder. You're right. There is. Yeah, because it's exactly. Yes. Yeah. When tech like is there, like when he's hooked onto the thing, obviously, and then as it starts to get closer and closer to that moment. When and then once they get through, once the cart, once tech severs the connection hinge, and then the cart or the tram or whatever, when it starts going at like max speed, and I'll bring this up right now, right before they collide, and Omega sees the danger they're in, Hunter sees the danger that they're in, and it's like Hunter went into the Speed Force because of how fast he got to Omega right before they went through the wall. It's like, wow, that was, and it's just like silence. Like all you hear is the soundtrack, and it's Hunter moving at like the speed of light to get to Omega right before the collision. It's like, wow, that was powerful. And then it plays it again after the cart goes through the wall, and then it does it again when Omega's very, very out of it and very hurt. She says Tech's name again. It's like, oh my gosh, please stop. Just an absolutely crushing scene. Then they end up back on it. Really is the tech theme, honestly. Yeah, you're right. Because I mean, obviously you have the batch theme, and then Crosshair gets his theme. Omega has her theme. I mean, no one else really gets their theme. I mean, Echo kind of has the clone theme in a way. That's kind of more like Rex's theme. Tech, absolutely. The sacrifice is really like his own theme, which is very fitting. So Omega wakes up on Orb Mantell. Hunter's all wrapped up. Wrecker with his giant neck brace that like it looks goofy, but you can't really laugh at it because of just how sad this situation is. I don't know if that was by design to make it kind of look over the top, but it's like, dang man, I can't laugh about this right now. Because Wrecker's so sad, like Omega is like, the last thing I remember is where's Tech? And then Wrecker's got that look on his face. It's like, dang man. And then it's Wrecker goes off, Hunter talks with Omega, and then it's just it's heartbreaking, man. I can't even talk about that scene. I feel like I'm starting to get misty-eyed over here. I can't even talk about the scene right now when she's like, Tech's not gone, he can't be. And then Wrecker and Sid are in the thing, and freaking Sid, man. I don't know. I think I might hate Sid more than I hate Saw Gerrera. I don't even really hate Saw Gerrera, but Sid, ooh, man. The final reprisal in season 3's credits. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that's it's a part of Omega now, right? Because like when you see I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but like when Omega has the goggles in the ship, it's a part of her. Tech is such a monumental part of her journey, and it sticks with her. It's very, very well done how they reintroduce it. You're right. Okay, you're right. I'm glad you bring this up. I mean, obviously I'll get to it when I get to whatever episode it is. Shoot, what's the name? I have it right here. Identity Crisis, when he brings it up. Because CX2 interrogating her off screen, I feel like he would just finish her off then and there. You feel like he would. Hang on a second. Okay, no, the music's still playing. I thought I heard it stop for a second. It really is. It really is. Yeah, this is the perfect example of No One's Ever Really Gone, because it ties it. It's like it's an object that really sticks with you because of what it means. And then Sid, So Saw had good intentions at the heart. He has his purpose with his sister, losing his sister in the war. He doesn't want to lose anyone else like that ever again. But Sid is just plain selfish. So Sid's there. She's looking shady. Wrecker realizes she's looking shady. Sid sort of criticizes them for bringing the heat to her place of business. And then the commandos arrive. The Venator arrives. Echo sees this after Echo has his own moment of reflection and sadness in the ship. I'm glad Echo got that. because most of the time you see them in the cockpit, right? Like in episode 3 when they're launched out of hyperspace and they're plummeting toward the Ordo moon, like it's them two who are working on the ship and working in the cockpit. So, and in those exact spots, Tech is in the driver's seat, Echo's in the passenger or in the co-pilot. So yeah, it's fitting that Echo sits there and he looks at the missing seat. I think that was a great touch. But yeah, so then the Empire arrive. Hemlock's there. They've got Wrecker. Hunter, has Omega go down through the smuggler's hatch, but Omega doesn't. She goes back. Hunter and Hemlock have a standoff. Incredible scene. I think next week I'm gonna do a tier list of characters in the batch, but I'll just say right now, Hemlock is one of my favorite characters ever because of scenes like this. It's just so good how he's so nuanced. He's like, oh, I didn't know clones could be so paternal. How fascinating. It's like, oh my gosh, this dude's dying tonight. I'm thinking the whole time while I'm seeing this scene. And he has the goggles. He throws the goggles down, and it's, just a gut-wrenching scene. When Chaos happens, Echo, gotta be Echo. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love how it's like with them, they know it's Echo, but when it's the finale of season 3, it's like, okay, now it could be 2 people. It's so good. But yeah, when on screen, it's more than likely I would have dealt with Five's death when he found out. I agree. Yeah, I imagine that once they got back to Anaxis or wherever they went, or maybe they were on the Marauder when Rex told him in between episodes. It's, he tells him what happened to Fives, and Echo sort of has a moment of remembrance. Which T and Feck. What a crazy name that. Fee and Tech. My bad. I wish Fee and Tech got together. I didn't care much about their relationship back then, but now I wish they started dating. I agree. They had such a sweet connection, man. Tech being this sort of he's not a robot, but like he says in The Crossing, he processes moments and things differently. And so having Fee sort of it's like, don't go running off with any pirates while you're out. It's it's so sweet. It's such a wholesome thing. And then knowing what we would know now, that is actually the last time Fee would ever see Tech, that's just heartbreaking. It's kind of like the last time Leia saw Han, in Force Awakens. But anyway, so Hemlock takes the team. They have the standoff with Omega. She wants Hemlock to let him go. Because then Scorch comes in, stuns Omega. They have her. And then Batch get out, thanks to Echo, in the cool new walker. I think it's called the ATAC, the all-terrain armored cannon, I think is why I saw it's called. I didn't know that until recently. That's pretty cool. I like the prototype ATDP, ATST type thing. So Echo helps them. They manage to escape in urgency, or they try to get to Omega with urgency, and then very much like in Empire Strikes Back, because season 2 was the Empire Strikes Back of this show, of this 3-season show. You have Hunter looking up at the ship with his, with this one person that he cares so much about, just like with Leia when Boba Fett, takes Han away. It's pretty almost shot exactly like it. Just a heartbreaking moment. And then the team escape Ord Mantell, and then Hunter vows Omega's return. And then that ends off season 2. Too bad Fee didn't get much focus in season 3 to mully over his death. Would have given her more character depth. Yeah, I agree because she has one moment, right, or two moments where she brings up Tech. It's Tech's brain was the data bank, and then the second time with Crosshair, and he's like, you must be Crosshair. Tech told me about your sparkling personality. I kind of wish there was a little bit more. After Fee says, Tech's brain was the data bank, and then she might have a moment of silence there. Maybe that could have been something. He ran off with a few stormtroopers on a rail car. He did. He sure did. That's right. Looks like was not seen again. I wonder if it's it was an old old clone. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Kind of like how what am I thinking? Not like in Legends when the like the Imperial Star Destroyer was used before the end of the war very briefly, but it's kind of like a thing where it's like, okay, was this being manufactured during the Clone Wars as like sort of a advanced version of the ATRT, but it's like more mobile than the ATTE? Could be. But yeah, so Plan 99, I mean, for how heartbreaking it is and how just crushing it is, I think it's got to be an excellent for me. Like it, oh my gosh, it really just hits you in every sense of the word, you know. Like, this is probably the saddest, one of the saddest endings you could have, you know. Like, you lose a squad mate, you're back on Ord Mantell, you think there might be time to grieve. No time to grieve. The Empire's here. They take, you know, pretty much your daughter, basically. I mean, it's your sister, really, but it's your daughter. And then leaving you just crushed and sad and just a mess. Actually, yeah, no, you're right. I'm definitely putting it above War Mantle. For me, it's better than the Solitary Clone and War Mantle, but still not better than the Outpost. Yeah, I'd have to really think about those two episodes, the Solitary Clone and Plan 99. But yeah, I mean, gosh, yeah, it's absolutely top of the line. No doubt. No doubt. One second, real quick, I'm just going to mute because I'm going to sort of readjust. All right, we back. Yeah, no, I definitely think that that Plan 99 is deserving of top tier, without a doubt. I know there's going to be more episodes up here for Season 3, and maybe these might get usurped. I'm sure that a couple of them might be, like War Mantle, I think will be usurped in its 4th spot, but we'll just see as it goes on. All right. Here we have Confined, Season 3, Episode 1, and my goodness, I love it. I love how, again, like what I was saying with, or no, not with the Zillow Beast, because that was just like horror synthetic. Confined has like, rightfully so, I think, right? Like, it does so many, like the ambient music. I remember when Omega, I think it's the first time she leaves her room with Emery. It's like the music feels very Andor. I just got like such an Andor feel, where a Daily Routine, that's the track, Daily Routine, it just feels very Andor to me, where it's sort of like a synthetic ambient sort of mix. As Omega's going about, and it's just routine. It's literally daily routine. You're running through everything that she does. She's, you know, she's in the room, in the medical room with Emery. Well, no, I think she's in the main lab. Or no, she's in the medical room where Emery takes her blood, and then she goes to the main lab with Nalase. And it's like, you know, she goes through the thing, the Republic Commando sound, the vroom vroom, when it like scans her, the X that like scans her. Daily Routine reprises every time we're on Tantis. It's basically the Tantis theme. You're right. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, because it's sort of like Hemlock has his theme, and then they kind of merge. Like Hemlock's theme and Daily Routine kind of merge when we get to the vault, right? Because it still has the ambience, but it's a little bit more sinister. Yeah. I was thinking like, man, I'd love to play some like Bad Batch music, but I know I'd get bopped for it. And actually, speaking of, I think the SWTOR music stopped. Let me see real fast. It did not. Thank goodness. It's just quiet. Okay. Anyway, sorry. But anyway, yeah. So you have, yeah, the ambience of it all. It's just so well done. It really reflects Omega's current state inside of Tantis. Just again, it's just routine. Every day we're doing this for 164 days. And I love great opening for Season 3. Love seeing how time passed. I agree. I love how it, like, every time it cuts to black, you know that there's going to be another time jump of whatever, how much time passes. I love in the beginning when the shuttle's coming in, right? I feel like I don't know if there's a contradiction there with the timeline of how things work. I think I bring it up in my timeline part 3 video. But the shuttle comes in and it crashes. And then later on at the end of the episode, Hemlock tells Omega that some rotations ago a shuttle crashed. Some rotations ago was 150 rotations ago, Hemlock. Because like Omega tells Crosshair when they're escaping, she's like, I heard a shuttle crash when I arrived here. So like, did that shuttle come in like right after Omega was brought to Tantis at the end of season 2? I don't know. But Hemlock saying, now some rotations ago a shuttle crashed out there. It's like, dude, that was like months ago. Yeah, Omega hairstyle change is it is. It absolutely is. Yeah, it definitely reflects the change. And I think this hairstyle for Omega is the best one. It fits her so well at this state in her life. In that show might have been the only time Dee voiced a stormtrooper in the entire show. Really? I didn't know that. I feel like I looked at the credits for that one. I know that Jimmy Simpson, who played Hemlock, I know he plays a stormtrooper in that episode, or he plays like the technician that's on the controls. He plays one of those two. And someone plays a pilot, but I can't remember. Yeah, if Dee did, that'd be really cool. Yeah, he could be talking about Waylon's, like how much time passes that way. I don't know, but it's just very confusing to me where he's like, some rotations ago. What do you mean? There's 150 tallies on Omega's wall. Anyway, yeah, so then Omega, she's getting to, really relate, or not really relate, but she's building a connection with Crosshair because she never had that before in this show. Like, they met a couple of times, but that's about it. And yeah, her getting to know Crosshair is really cool. Her sort of, like, I guess, like, building her personality in Tantis, right? Because, like, the Empire, it's very dehumanizing, very, dismantle you and build you back up in their image. But Omega's not really, falling in line with that. She's getting to, she's building a relationship with Crosshair. She's building a relationship with Emery. She's building a relationship with Batcher. All these things are happening here, and she's really going against the grain. Is that the right phrase? I don't know, but she's really pushing back against the Empire's ideology in Tantis. But yeah, so yeah, just very, very cool seeing her build these relationships with these characters that would come back in big ways later on. And yeah, like, when Batcher gets hurt, she's helping Batcher, and then the KX droid is like, or kind of prototype KX droid is like, LH201 maybe, slated for termination, and Omega like takes action. She takes out the droid and frees Batcher. It's just very, very cool stuff for her. Great character building for her. Yeah. I am not a medical droid. It's like, what is your purpose here, man? You're just a herder. Yeah, just great stuff all around for that episode. I love Confined. And then, yeah, when Omega releases Batcher at the end, Hemlock tries to spin it around that, oh, Omega, I didn't know you could be so cruel. But then at the end, when she's in her cell again and you hear Batcher's, at first I was like, oh my gosh, Batcher's cries of pain, but no, it's the cries of freedom, which would come back to help Omega and Crosshair later. Yeah, and that last scene in that episode is so beautiful. Just Omega, like, she has the doll again because Emery brought it back. And Omega's, at the window, she's looking out and she hears Batcher, and it's like, wow, this is hope. That was the message that I got from this, is that you can have all these walls and all these regulations and all these, soulless individuals inside Tantis. But at the end of the day, if you can hear that beyond the walls, if you can have these objects that mean something to you, then there's always a chance. So yeah, I love that. And then like Crosshair, he's like, I belong in here, Omega. Like, you forget about me. And she's like, none of us belong here. It's very, very cool. Straw Doll is a nice touch. It's actually more of a character development tool for Emery. Absolutely. It absolutely is. Yeah, because this is Emery's tipping point. Before, she's just like, at the end of season 2, she kind of levels with Omega, where he's like, we're sisters. But then that kind of changes a little bit with this, where she's still just sort of set in her ways. She doesn't really treat Omega like a sister. She treats her like another patient here or whatever. So yeah, and then yeah, that was very much a building character builder for Emery, which was awesome. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I feel like, yeah, to manipulate her, yeah, just to like, kind of like soften Omega up, like kind of lower her guard. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, confined for me. Whoa, my cursor is kind of crazy there. Confined is an easy, excellent for me. It's definitely above War Mantle. It's probably above Plan 99 for me. Is it above the Solitary Clone? I think so. I think it's above the Solitary Clone. I think the Outpost for right now is still my most favorite, but coming up pretty soon, I feel like that's going to change here. Yeah. Yeah, no, Confined is just absolutely beautiful. And then Paths Unknown, I think, was a good little detour for this. We have Hunter and Wrecker. Because I was thinking, like, okay, it's kind of weird that this sort of diverts the Tantis storyline at first when I was first watching it, but that made sense. It's like, okay, we need to know what Hunter and Wrecker are doing before they reunite in episode 4. So this was an important time to put this in. Is weird for Crosshair or not? Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, I think, like, just with Crosshair, right? Like, he's just in such a different state right now. Like, he tried to escape, he tried to escape, it didn't work. He's just been broken down. Like, he's got the hand going on now with the tremors, so he's really been through it. Confined and Identity Crisis, absolutely, yeah. Those two are phenomenal, yeah. I know I'm going to be having more episodes here, probably more than I have. I don't know. Because I have an even, or the same number here for these two. I might have even more episodes in Excellent. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell right now. But yeah, Paths Unknown, I love it. I love Hunter and Wrecker. I'm tying back in with this episode that's like my least favorite episode of the show, Infested. Tying that back in with Roland Durand was pretty funny to me. I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, so then, them going off. Imagine if Carter's ever killed against Emery back in season. Yeah, right. Like yeah, he stunned her that one time when he showed her mercy in Tipping Point, but her still being set in her ways. Does that make her an enemy? Like how when they confront in the next episode. But yeah, Paths Unknown. I really like Wrecker and Hunter sort of dealing with this, where it's just the two of them. They're having to take in different roles now. Right? Like, Hunter has to play the role of Tech, kind of Echo and Hunter right now, where he's going over the data pad. He's the one going over all this intel, and he looks over at Tech's goggles and realizes, like, dang, man, like, this was Tech's job before. And then Hunter, he keeps pushing himself. He wants to just keep going for Omega, and regardless of if they have backup or not. And Wrecker's the one to be the voice of reason. Where before, Wrecker would just go along with what the majority vote was. Like, back in War Mantle, when Echo is like, yeah, we have to help Rex. Tech's like, okay, if we help Rex, then we won't get money, which we can't get food. And then Wrecker's like, oh yeah, he's got a point for both of them. And then Omega's like, okay, but helping this soldier, this reg is more important than getting paid. And Wrecker's like, oh yeah, the kid's got a point. So it's like, yeah, Wrecker being the one to be the level head, the let cooler heads prevail, is a crazy change for him, but he had to fit in that role. Because who else was going to tell Hunter this? So yeah, even though Hunter didn't listen to him for this particular mission, it's still important for Wrecker to do that for his character. Wonder if Django knew about Emery. I think he knew about the batch in Omega. I agree. I think he definitely knew about Omega. I don't know why that would be, kept from him. I don't know how it would be kept from him. I imagine Boba probably didn't know, but I feel like he had to have known about them, right? Because he was so instrumental in everything that's going on Camino. Pazano is a bit whack. Like, if they at least found a lead on Tantis, that would have been something, but ultimately it didn't make any steps for finding him. Yeah, you're right? Yeah, Wrecker stepping up, was a big moment for the episode, but in terms of adding to this pursuit of Omega, I agree. Like, yeah, they got intel for a sector, right? But what does that do? Like, in this Star Wars galaxy where there are, like, millions of planets, what does that do for them? At least they were able to, link up with some regs and get them a place to be safe. But, yeah, in terms of the narrative for the pursuit of Omega, I understand, yeah, it definitely didn't really add too much. I love the Slithervine idea that this was a failed creation of Dr. Hemlock's that, caused them to all evacuate the base. I love that idea. It's just more Imperial bioweapon testing that just falls apart. That's a great idea for them. And then the cadets being the ones that they're aware of what's going on. They know how the Slithervines work. And then Mox and Stack, I think, because I think it was Deke who went with the clones, and then I think it was Mox and Stack who went to the Marauder to see about stealing it, but Mox was just like, okay, let's just go check it out. But they sort of realized the importance and went to go save them, which, yeah, the Kraken Slither monster looking thing was crazy. Very good stuff. Yeah. I mean, did he? I mean, I'm sure he was aware of it, but like, did he really know the extent of what it was like? Like, did Hemlock go like, hey man, let's do this like bioweapon thing? And Emperor's like, all right, whatever, go ahead and do it. So, yeah, it's crazy. All right, so Paths Unknown, I think I'll probably go ahead and put in good, because I agree. I don't think it really does narratively a ton, but I think it still works enough to where it's not like an average episode. I mean, it's kind of close to average because it's got Roland Durand in it. But no, I like it more than I think Faster and Rampage, and probably more than Cornered. I'll probably put it right there. I think that's a pretty decent spot for it. It's kind of interesting how like Hemlock's former base, Camino former base. Biggest miss for the show that even biggest fans of the show can admit, it was that Wasted Bow was never in it. Honestly, I think for me, I'm okay that he wasn't in the show, because I still believe that we can have because, obviously with Boba being a direct clone of Jango, that's an important thing with the clone theme in this show. But I think when it comes to the Tantis stuff, like Boba would just sort of been like a one-off sort of cameo thing, like Cad Bane was a couple of times. It would have been like a one-off mission. Like that could have been, like Cornered or Decommissioned or whatever, just sort of that in that same vein. But yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it would have been a Ventress thing where it kind of sets up more like, yeah, it's set, like you see it in the trailer and it's like, okay, maybe they'll get their own show. So, yeah. But yeah, no, I think I'll put Paths Unknown here. I think that's fair. Oh boy, Shadows of Tantis. Oh man. Man, I mean, gosh, what a great episode this is, huh? More Ian McDiarmid as Palpatine. Can't go wrong with that. Omega and Crosshair breaking out of Tantis. Very good. I love Crosshair's like resistance to all of this, where he's like, what's the plan? Omega's like, I'm just kind of winging it. Are you joking? Like, you can't just escape from this place and wing it. I love the scene when Omega goes to Crosshair's cell, and she tells him what's going on, and then it's like, okay, just distract the guards for me. And Crosshair's like, that's not a plan, just do it. And so the Crosshair stands up, guards, and the guards come over to him. It's like, unlock this cell. So, what do you say to me, clone? Like, this clone thinks he outranks us. And then, like, Omega opens the cell and Crosshair just lets out this, like, war cry as he grabs the dude's gun and gets him in the way of getting stunned and stuns the other guys. Just such a good scene. I can see Stormtroopers, Imperial officers being so confused after hearing a clone's voice come from Boba. Yeah, right? Because, like, in The Mandalorian, when Boba's like, let's just say they might recognize my face. It's like, yeah, they probably recognize your voice, too. Crosshair's accent went louder than... Yeah. Yeah, it's so good, because he sounds a lot like Tech in some ways, right? Like in The Return, when Hunter falls through the ice, he's like, Hunter! It's like he sounds like Tech when he says that. It's so, like, it's funny how much it changes when he raises it. Yeah, Yeah, I agree. Palpatine, yeah, very, very, yeah. It felt like such a moment here, right? Because Palpatine was pretty present in the trailer, and it's like, okay, yeah, he was there, but it's like they really made use of his presence in this episode for that trailer. Um, but yeah, no, it was very, very cool with Palpatine arriving and just seeing Palpatine, the Emperor, this character who's the main villain of these 9 movies for the most part, interacting with a character like Dr. Hemlock. And you know, when I see Scorch standing around in the same room as the Emperor, I'm thinking, this is insane. Like, Scorch has really moved up in the world. I mean, I know obviously there's criticisms of how Scorch was used, which is absolutely fair, very fair. But just seeing him in the presence of the Emperor is so cool. I love that so much. And just when they're walking in the darkness, in the nighttime towards the Emperor's shuttle, Scorch, Hemlock, Nala Se, it's a very cool visual. But yeah. Yeah, look at clones trying to order us around. Scorch, yeah, do I mean nothing to you? Am I not the warden of Tantis? Come on now, guys. I'm the one that coordinates everything around here. But yeah, no, I love the escape sequence. It's so cool when Omega and Crosshair, they get out, and you know, Crosshair says, you know, if I get a chance to escape, I wouldn't think twice about leaving you behind. But then obviously he does think twice, and that allows them to get away. And I love when they get to the shuttle and they realize that it's not really going to work, and then, you know, Crosshair asks Omega, you know, did they teach you plan? You know, I can't remember what number it was. And Omega's like, yep, Tech made me memorize all the plans. And he's like, of course he did. I love that so much. It's such a good, like, moment there. Because you have to imagine, there's no way that in 164 days of Omega being on Tantis, in all that time, she didn't tell Crosshair about Tech. He has to have known. And so for him to realize, for him to learn after Tech's death, that he made Omega memorize all the plans, like that's a very sweet thing. So yeah, I'm sure Crosshair was tickled by that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, imagine Ralph, what's his name, Ralph Esparge, or however you pronounce his last name, is like saying this to the Emperor. Hemlock saying it to the Emperor. It's like, yeah, whatever. Just very like Robot Chicken Emperor treating that situation. But yeah, no, Crosshair and Omega escaping. I loved it. Loved that whole sequence in Omega with the ticking time bomb, right? It's the bomb under the table where, you know, Omega's blood is the key to this whole thing, and it's in the dial that gets scanned. And every time they get a little bit closer, it clicks. It's very loud too. I was double-eared on my headphones, and it was a loud noise. It's like, oh my gosh, that scares me every time. But yeah, no, just a phenomenal episode of Shadows of Tantis. And then, yeah, them escaping. Very intense moment. I think I have to... Man. Is it excellent? Oh, my gosh. I don't want to put too many episodes in excellent, but, I mean, it's just how I feel, man. Like, I just feel like it is, like, just a top-of-the-line episode. Put it above War Mantle, maybe. Man. I feel like I like this episode a ton. This episode just means a lot to me. With how they escape and just Omega and Crosshair's interactions, how they work so well as a team. That's what I wanted to bring up is, you know, like when they're getting into the shuttle, when Omega's hijacking the shuttle, like they are moving as a well-oiled machine, and they've never done this before together. So it's like the batch have taught Omega so well that her and Crosshair are able to gel equally as well as the other members of the batch. It's such a cool moment for them. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you've got us this far, we're not done yet. Yeah, exactly. Like he believes in her like he would in his own squad if he was with them right now. So yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, Shadows of Tantis, that's an excellent for me. Yeah, I don't want to like second guess myself into putting it into amazing, but yeah, I love it. Oh my goodness, another one. To be fair, they might have failed their escape if the Empire didn't deliberately call off their attack. You're right, because yeah, I mean, if it wasn't revealed that Omega had the matching blood in her M count, or yeah, you know what I mean, the M count stuff, and Hemlock didn't call off the attack, then yeah, they would have probably died. The shell probably would have been shot down because Hemlock was done. Like when they get through the Lurkahound kennels, and Hemlock's they're prisoners that have escaped, and yeah, he's like desperate to like shoot them down. So yeah, Omega's evolution is so good in this show. Like it's unbelievable. She's I remember there was someone in the comments that was saying how, like, you know, it's all these new Star Wars shows that always have a father figure and a kid, right? Like you have Mandalorian and Grogu, and then you have Ezra and Kanan and the other members of the Ghost Crew. But I feel like they're all so different enough, especially Omega, because Omega grows so much in this show. Like I'd argue she grows more than Ezra does. Even though Ezra does have such a great arc from going from this kid who's only looking out for himself, Space Aladdin as it were, to being a real Jedi hero that's like saving the entire planet. I feel like Omega's like internal journey and the struggles that she goes through, losing Echo and then being at odds with the squad and getting on the same page with them, and then losing Tech and having to sort of deal with that. Well, actually not even having any time to deal with that. I think that just means a lot. Omega better than Grogu? I agree. No, I'm with you on that. I definitely agree. Yeah, different approach. We're following right up after that. They crash on the planet. Is the town called Lao or is the planet called Lao? I don't know. But they crash on the planet. That kind of reminds me of Reach from Halo Reach a little bit. Just with the mountains, like the angled, sharp, pointy mountains. It just kind of gave me Reach vibes. Town of Lao. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so they crash on the planet. They go to the town, to the spaceport. Omega tries to bribe the the lady at the desk. That was great. I love that scene. I love the whole time how Crosshair is just like, please let me kill everyone. Please let me kill everyone. Please let me kill everyone. And Omega's like, no. We're doing things my way. We can't make a scene here. Like, you know, we can't keep doing this. Oh yeah, I love the Imperial officers. Like, to be fair, they kind of reused the guy in this episode with the one that Steve Bloom voiced, where they're just like very large with the big coats. But no, like when you have guys like Hemlock, guys like Rampart, guys like that dude that was, you know, piloting the science vessel. Yeah, they all the one that goes on Imperial Station 003 when Wrecker, you know, knocks that guy out. It's all so well done. Yeah, very, very good. Remember TK's having nice cuts in this episode and Crosshair threatening some random kid. You're right. You're absolutely right. Your memory does not fail you there. I love that. Yeah, it was more like ponchos, moreover, I think, for the TKs, right? Like they were pretty much just wearing Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order ponchos, and they had like aviator goggles on some of them. I'm like, wow, you guys have been here for a while, huh? Yeah, wait, yeah. I'll let you kill you, Crosshair. I believe you. Yeah, I believe you. The officer on Ariadu, Lao, Erebus, Novitz, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Lao's such a great reflection of it. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's the absolute, like, perfect example of this. Like, beyond the dude in Andor that has the heart attack, like, beyond that, this is so that because they're so, it's the culture that they've built. The culture of greed and just, and intimidation and, you know, all this stuff where he's like, and corruption is the word I'm trying to look for here, where he's like, you know, taking the money earned from the gambling and all that. Yeah. And casually does illegal gambling, then reports the person he played against. Exactly. It's like, yeah, Imperial officers are so cheap that way that they'll do that. Yeah, no, I love that whole scene with the card game, is that, you know, Omega is so like confident in her abilities. And I remember I was so confused when Crosshair's like, you know, you think you can win this? And she's like, yeah. He's like, she's like, yeah, I've done this before. And I'm like, I don't remember when she did it before, but it was the Dejarik game that she played in season 1. I totally forgot about that. I guess I wasn't thinking about it because it was an actual card game as opposed to like a chess game that she played against the guy, but she's skilled in that stuff. So yeah, it's strategy. So yeah, absolutely. I need to go back and watch Andor, especially before season 2 comes out. But yeah, I do remember that guy having an interesting stance because he had his family and all that, but you know, I thought they were going to portray a nice Imperial. I said, I can see you beat me fair and square. Yeah, no way. Not an Imperial like that. And then he steals Batcher. and all that. Oh my gosh, I love. Okay, so in that scene when the dude's like, "Your mutt is, distracting me. Get rid of her," and then Crosshair. I love when Crosshair does like the thing where he like clicks his tongue or whatever to get Batcher away. For some reason that just like resonated with me, because like, wow, Crosshair's just doing like a normal person thing where he's like trying to get his dog out of the building. I love that little exchange that he had there. Yeah, so then Omega wins. They have to pay the fine, and then they go on their merry way. And then the kid from earlier that was trying to sell fruit or whatever sees an opportunity and trying to bribe them, and Crosshair is like, he's like, give me 5,000 or whatever. And Crosshair's like, I've had enough of this. He's like ready to just pummel this kid in this back alleyway. Yeah, I loved it. So they go off. So yeah, well, Crosshair, he's not set on Batcher just yet. He wants to just leave. They've got the credits. They've got enough to get on the ship and get out, but Omega is going back for Batcher because she's a part of the family. So then Crosshair, I love the way that this scene is shot too, because Omega goes off the one way. Crosshair is ready to go off the other, but he stops and then he turns around. He like fully turns around, and it's like, oh, it's like the abandonment thing. I don't know why I thought of that, but it's like the abandonment where he kind of looks behind him a little bit, and then he obviously reconsiders. Math says that Omega had 25k before challenging the officer, which he was going to concede before engaging officer. Offered a match against. Yeah, sorry. Because how? I'm trying to remember how much was it. 25,000 for the, or was it 30? Because it was like 15 each, right? I can't remember how much that there actually was. I feel like it might have been 30 that the lady at the desk wanted for the bribe. I don't know. Maybe I was wrong about that, because it was like they had like 35, and then they gave the 5 to the kid, and then that still left them enough to get away. But anyway, yeah. So they go to the spaceport where Batcher is and all the other animals. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, 30k for 2 tickets. Omega made 45, lost 10. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. Yeah. So yeah, they still had enough, but Omega was not content with that. She wanted Batcher. And then she goes to the port. Crosshair is with her. This is a waste of my talents, or whatever he says when he helps Omega over. And then the officer was expecting them. Captain, whatever his face is. I love this scene where they have them surrounded. They want the money, all the money, and then he's gonna report them to Hemlock, and then Omega goes, fine, tosses the bag, we'll do things your way. Crosshair with the best delivery of the whole episode, finally, and then a firefight ensues, and yeah, just a great firefight where then Omega unleashes all the animals. All the like ostriches and all the birds and whatever are flying away and running away, and then the officer gets trampled, and then like I think it's a Rathtar sticks its tentacle out of the cage and drags the dude in. Oh, that was a great visual. But yeah, they get to the ship and they're booting up the engines, and then the TK trooper is there. He's like face to face with the engine, and you can see like his armor is like heating up, and it's steaming, and then the engine just blasted and he gets sent flying. I love how they use that audio bite a few times. The like screaming one, because I feel like the first time that audio, I think it was D. Bradley Baker who did that audio cue, or that audio clip. Shoot, what's the word? Oh my gosh. The word for that. I can't think of the word. But yeah, so because it was when back in season 1 when they're in the artillery deck, when Tech and Echo fire up the cannons to distract Crosshair and them. Wrecker like smashes one of the clones, throws him off, and then throws another clone off, and the clone makes that same noise. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so clever to just reuse that soundbite, that's what it is. Reuse the soundbite of that scream a couple of times. But anyway, yeah, so then, so Omega and Crosshair, they get away from the planet. Omega puts out a message for Hunter and Wrecker to meet her. And it was on Ryloth, which was really cool, on that moon of Ryloth where they met Hera and gave Gobi the weapons. That was a really nice touch. Nice way to tie that back in. And then Gali, one of the greatest, definitely one of my top 5 favorite scenes of the whole show. Just a absolutely sweet, wholesome, heartbreaking moment. Yeah, Reunion is such a good piece with the piano. It's so well done because it seems so unbelievable at first, right? It's like, this is episode 4. We're already getting this. And the ship lands, you see the Marauder there, and honestly, I was kind of just expecting the worst. I was expecting the Bats to just not be there. Like, something happened in between, and they were kidnapped or something. It's like, no, there's no way that this is happening. And then Omega, she runs down and she goes up to the ship. For a second, no one comes out, and that's what I'm thinking. Okay, something bad has to have happened. And then Wrecker walks out. He's like, oh, no, there's a sight. Oh, my gosh, the nice hug there. We didn't even think your message was real. We've researched the galaxy 4 times for you. Then Hunter walks out. 5. Oh, my gosh. Heartbreaking, man. And then, Omega runs up. Biggest hug you could possibly imagine to Hunter. And then, just an unbelievably good scene. And then Crosshair emerges when his theme comes in. Yeah, just interrupts it. It's still sort of in the same vein, but it's just a little bit lower. And then they're on opposite ends, right? Just like we'd see later on in Extraction with Wolf and Rex's team. You have one ship with the lights facing one way. You have the other ship with the lights facing the other. Crosshair is the isolated one there. You have the rest of the batch in the light over there. It is so beautifully shot, greatly composed, unbelievable scene. For that, I mean, if even just for that scene, this episode is an S tier for me. I don't know if that's giving it too much credit, but a different approach means something to me. That scene, that last scene there, unbelievable. Yeah, Omega's theme swells twice. Yeah, one for each hug. Yeah, you're very right. Yeah, and deservedly so, because these are the 2 characters that she spent so much time with back in season 1. Stolen ship lighting up Clone Force 99 while Crosshair stood in the dark of the natural light. Yep, because he's on the ramp. He's on the ramp there with the light beaming down where the light doesn't really match him. And then the squad are by the Marauder where their light matches down on them. So good. Yeah, Crosshair's theme coming in. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Different approach is a different kind of episode. It might be the bottom of S tier for me, but I just think that this episode does so much right with Omega and Crosshair's interactions. It's just so sweet, so wholesome. I love it. The Return. Oh my, this is an S tier episode, no doubt. Let me just go ahead and put it up there real quick. Let me just go ahead and put it up there, where I'll just put it up there, maybe above Plan 99 for now. Yeah, the shot of Crosshair stepping into light, The Return, is easily the best scene for me in all of Star Wars. I think I'm with ya, to be honest. I don't think there's a single scene in this show that I've returned to more than this. How is this episode filler? Yeah, you're right, the word has lost all meaning. There's no way. This is one of the most important episodes in the entire show. Because Crosshair, he's back. He's back with the team. Oh, I just saw something pop up there. I don't know what that was. Crosshair's back with the team. They're taking time to adjust because Omega's back, which is awesome. But Omega's really concerned about Crosshair. I thought that was so sweet too, because yes, she's back with Hunter and Wrecker. She's back with her family, but she's concerned about this other family member that has just come back to them. It's like, where's Crosshair? So she goes and finds him where he's using AZ as target practice. It's, oh my gosh, just such a unbelievably good way that they interact here, where Omega's like, you're gonna have to talk to him eventually. And Crosshair's just like, okay, I'm a sniper. I gotta, I'm doing my sniper things. I gotta make sure I'm good. My hand's still shaking. I gotta get that fixed up. Then Echo shows up. Once I'll read here. Was always my favorite armor out of the squad since Clone Wars. Seeing him putting that back on was hitting you hard. Yeah, right? Because it's such a sweet thing for him too, because we get used to him with the Imperial armor, and then it hits even harder when it's like, wow, this is his suit. Like, this is his. Like, it hasn't been touched since season 1. So yeah, it's very good. Yeah. I feel like only people only care about plot, not the characters. Yeah, they want to see the big moments, like when you see the Emperor show up and he's talking with Hemlock, and you see the big spooky room with the Sith architecture and whatever. That's not filler. But Crosshair putting on his armor again for the first time with the music swelling with his theme. He looks up and he sees the Ice Vulture. We're back on Barton 4. Oh, that's filler. No way. Yeah, I love this episode. Echo and Crosshair both come back. They go back to the base, and Crosshair puts Mayday's helmet back up. Yeah, exactly. Stop taking the filler argument for Star Wars when people use filler criticism in the Clone Wars. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. And for the Bad Batch, which is not anthology, like, and everything, like, I wouldn't say everything matters. Like, there's a reason I put these 2 episodes down in average. Like, these don't do anything for me. But like these, I don't think I'd call these filler episodes. I just don't think they do much for me. But yeah, like most of these episodes all add something. Like Pabu, I could see people calling Pabu a filler episode, but Pabu changes the dynamic entirely for the squad, because it's like, wow, we might actually have a place to lay down and to lie down for a second. So yeah, no, that it all adds something. Yeah, no, yeah, the return, yeah, Crosshair, they're back. Echo shows up, it's great where Omega goes up and hugs Echo. People say Into the Breach is filler? No way. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so yeah, Echo gets a hug from Omega. That's the first time he's seeing her since the season 2 finale. And then Crosshair, what? No hug for me? I love that, because like we were saying before, we wish that Crosshair had interacted with Echo more, right? But I feel like that little exchange there was really sweet. What? No hug for me? That was really cool. Oh yeah, Into the Breach and Flash Strike. Oh no, yeah, no. I stopped taking his takes in Star Wars seriously a long time ago, and yeah, that just shows me why. But yeah, so yeah, they go to Barton 4 when Crosshair tells them that they can access the Imperial terminal there to get Nalisay's datapad intel. They go there. Wrecker hands Crosshair the kit with his old armor. I love Omega and Crosshair's interactions where he tells Omega, Hunter's just worried about you. She's like, you are too. He's like, well, you're capable, but you're still a kid. I'm older than you are, little brother. Oh my gosh, what a great moment that is. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because yeah, like where they bring up tech there, where Echo is sort of like, if we had tech here, we could definitely crack into it. And then they have that moment of silence. And then Crosshair brings up the alternative way of the outpost. Yeah, so yeah, they go to Barton 4. I love that. Yes, Echo, yeah, absolutely having he's fully realized pretty much by this point, right? Like, he knows what he has to do and what role he plays. But he's sort of the bridge, right? He's the bridge between the regs and Clone Force 99, which is such a great role to have for him, especially being one of the originals of Clone Wars. But yeah, so yeah, the team arrive on Barton 4. Hunter is very like, what are we doing here, man? Like, why is this base like this? You didn't tell us it was like this. And I love their interactions where it's like, the perimeter detection thing is for local raiders. He's like, oh, you didn't think about telling us that before we got here? Crosshair's like, no, they've all been dealt with. How do you know that? Take a guess. I loved how they're just butting heads the whole time. And yeah, getting in the outpost, putting Mayday's helmet up. I wish that Hunter, I wish they would have just talked about it in that scene where they're like pushing each other's buttons. Oh, I wish that Crosshair would have just said like, hey, there's this clone, Mayday. We really hit it off, and then he died, and then the Empire, took it away. Yeah, I said to talk to him, not argue with him. He started it. It's like, yeah, yeah, he is. Yeah, he's becoming the new grizzled vet of the group besides Echo. But yeah, then but I gotta say, yeah, the armor with the scene when Wrecker's, it does still fit, and Crosshair's like kind of adjusting the armor a little bit as he walks out. Oh my gosh, he steps into the light of Barton 4. We don't see it except at the end of the episode in season 2. The light is now shining on him, and he looks up and he sees the Ice Vulture with his theme. It's like the most heroic version of his theme we've heard. It's so unbelievably good. Yeah, Barton 4, the Ice Worm, the team getting on the same page. It's all great stuff when they're coming back and Wrecker runs up and hugs both of them. And Echo's like, see, I told you they'd get over it. I don't even see any blood this time. And I'm sitting there thinking, what do you mean, blood? What do you mean, Echo? I'm sure he's got some stories to tell. Yeah, and then I love how everyone played a role in this episode. Like, Wrecker was to go to the breaker and reactivate it. Echo was going to keep watch on Hunter and Crosshair while they went to go and get the worm away or outside the perimeter. Omega was going to be on the inside to turn the sensors back online. There's just everyone played a role, and it was so perfect. Like, they executed it pretty much perfectly, aside from when Hunter fell into the cavern. So yeah, it just works so well with them as a team, and then them getting on the same page. Crosshair having that beautiful exchange with Hunter at the end of the episode, where he admits his faults. He didn't know what he was getting into, and Hunter, he says, I've made mistakes too, but as long as we keep trying to be better, then who knows? There might be hope for us yet. And then Crosshair looks up as the Ice Vulture flies away. His grief has been relieved from him, and now he can continue on trying to be better. And dang it, this, I don't know, man, I think I might like this more than Confined, to be honest. This might be the new top one. I don't know. Is this the top? The Outpost is a very good one. I mean, it's not very good, it's excellent, but, oh man. I'm going to put it at the top. Mayday's theme dissipates into Crosshair's theme when at the end of the episode. Yeah, exactly, right? Where it's his reminder. Yeah, I know. Confined's still up there. Confined is definitely a top of the line episode. But yeah, no, the return and the Outpost, gosh, them like mimicking one another, them mirroring one another. Oh, that just means so much to me. Yeah, just peak episodes. Oh boy, we might have more S tier episodes here. Infiltration and Extraction. Golly, okay. Oh my gosh, we get Captain Hauser back. My goat, the greatest of all time, is back. Captain Hauser, and man, is he looking stylish with that, like, with all the other clones, with their renegade armor with the ammo pouches and stuff. That was really cool. But yeah, I love seeing more of Rex's stuff, what they've been up to on Pantora with Senator Chuchi and Singh and them getting together to form the early stages of the Rebel Alliance. It's very good. Very, very good. They capture CX-1, take him to Teth. Going back to Teth. This is such a Clone Wars homage. And yeah, just going back there, and then they have CX-1. They take out his cyanide pill tooth thing to interrogate him. Surprisingly, didn't like the Rex episodes as much as the Batch-centric episodes. That's fair. I think that's fair. Yeah, no, that's totally fair, because, like, I get that it's kind of like a deviation. I mean, obviously, they all tie back together eventually, right? Like, when Rex shows up in the Clone Conspiracy, like, it ties in with the plot because it's the CX Trooper and then the Defense Recruitment Bill and all that stuff. And then kind of the same here, where it's, Rex has CX-1, and then the Batch come there, and then it all sort of intermingles with the Tantis plot with Wolf and coming after Omega. So yeah, but no, I totally get you. I totally get what you mean. But yeah, so then, yeah, just seeing the clones interact with Hauser being so against Crosshair in this, I really appreciated that, because we're going back to the Ryloth episodes, which makes sense for them to do that, because Crosshair is responsible for Hauser's position. And for the, most of his squad being dead. So yeah, that was really cool. And then, yeah, just Batch and Rex and them getting together, and then CX-2 infiltrating into the base was really sweet. Very stealth-like. There was a track, I think it's from this episode. I think it's CX-2's theme. And there's a beat that starts playing. I'm like, wow, this kind of reminds me of a track from Halo 3, oddly enough. in one of the missions, and it's like, oh my gosh, is that did they just use the Halo track for that? That one track from Halo 3? I don't think so, but it's kind of what it sounded like. So we always look forward to the Clone Wars centric episodes last 2 seasons, but didn't enjoy it as much as rewatch. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, that's totally fair. Yeah, because it felt more fitting for the other seasons, right? Like with Cody, it felt right to have that be a Clone Wars homage episode. But with 3, it's like we've gotten in so deep into this Tantis plotline, it might be a bit weird to divert like that. Yeah, it is kind of like, yeah, it's like, I think when he gets up to the top of the platform on Teth, and it's like and it's like as he's like sneaking past into the building, but yeah, excuse me. But yeah, no, Infiltration I think is really great with him sneaking into the base, and then Scorch brings in Wolf and the boys to bring that down. Then that Wolf reveal at the end, oh man, that was real good. This is definitely an amazing episode for me. I just want to put it up here first. Let's see. I think I'll put it right above Tipping Point, I think, just because we get that much more of Rex's Rebel Cell, his Clone Underground network. But yeah, I love the Wolf reveal at the end, because for the people who watched the trailer, they knew Wolf was going to be in it in some capacity. But I loved how his reveal was handled, and it felt very grand, right? Where he got the big, like, stretched out, reveal music, and then it went to black. It's just that felt very special, especially for Wolf. Favorite bit was Hauser and Crosshair's interaction. Fireball, yep, he went down exactly like as he was named. Yep, kind of like Nova did in the Solitary clone, right? He pretty much went out the exact same way. He was shot, all the grenades came out, and he went out like a Nova. But yeah, no, I love Wolf's reveal and then bringing up to Extraction. I like Extraction definitely more than Infiltration. Do I like it more than the Summit? I think I do. I think it's top of amazing for me. Yeah, I love Wolf, like... It's so cool. I think I'm putting this in my video where I talk about the clones in the Empire. I don't know when that'll be made, at some point. But I love how Wolf has a squad of people, of TK troopers, a commando, and clone troopers in his group. That felt very weird to see. It's like he has this mix of all these different classes of soldiers where you don't really see that anywhere else. And I'm really wondering why that was a thing. Like, I get that, I imagine Wolf's squad are clones who aren't quite ready to be forced into retirement, but you feel like they'd kind of segregate the teams, right? Like, you keep the TK troopers doing one thing, keep the clones doing the other thing. Even the commando, like, I was surprised that Hilo was a commando in Wolf's company. It was very strange. Yeah, Nova, Fireball, Mayday, yep. All very intentional, I feel like. Cody should have taken Wolf's place. He fits better, but Wolf is an amazing character still, and I like TK and Clone working together, especially under a Clone's order. Exactly, yeah. I think it's very interesting how the clones are sort of more accepting to Wolf's command than they would be to, like, Crosshairs. I could see Cody being in this position. I think, it really all depends on how Cody's story is wrapped up in a definitely happening sequel to this show. But I like it as Wolf because it sort of gets the ball rolling on how Wolf gets out of the Empire and how we get to know him with his PTSD-ridden self in Rebels. In the end, though, Wolf separated the TK squad. The clone, yes, you're right, because it was the TKs who were sort of the initial group there that were taken out by the batch, and then it was the clones that came in at the end. You're right. But yeah, no, I did like, though, how they were sort of intermingled. I thought that was a nice touch, and yeah, that... Rex trying to talk down Wolf at the end there was extremely well done because it mirrored a different approach where it's, Wolf is on one side with the shuttle lights down on them. Rex's team has the Echo ship, I can't think of the name, the Ramonda or something, with the lights going down on them, very much like with Crosshair and the Batch at the end of a different approach. Oh, that's a great question. Man, there's some good ones. Especially recently, like Namek and Fireball. They're pretty good. I feel like Crosshair has to be the easy answer for me. I feel like Crosshair for me, because that shot that he pulls off in the Solitary Clone where he takes out the tactical droid, that was a thing of beauty. That's like one of the, I mean, for my money, that's the best shot in all of Star Wars that was ever taken. Thorn is also, yeah, Thorn's a great shout for sure. Yeah, Thorn is definitely up there for sure. But yeah, I gotta say Crosshair, just because of that. I mean, not just because, but like those shots that he pulls off with the mirrors, that's something else. But yeah, no, I think Extraction definitely, and then with Hauser and Crosshair sort of mending bridges there, where Hauser notes how Crosshair interacts with Omega, stuff like that's great. Crosshair being like kind of in Hunter's position where he's like, you know, you good? Got your crossbow? You sure you can carry all those supplies? And then Omega goes, you're just as bad as Hunter. Oh, I'm much worse. I love that exchange. Another one of my like favorite interactions with them is so good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that idea. Too bad. And then he goes off and almost gets drowned. Yeah. But yeah, no, Crosshair definitely came into his element in this episode for sure. But yeah, I think Extraction is definitely deserving of top of amazing for right now. All right, let's see. What have we got here? We got Bad Territory. Okay, Bad Territory I think is good. I enjoyed Space Louisiana. I thought that was pretty fun. I like Fennec and the Batch interacting. I love when Hunter and Wrecker walk into the room, into the bar, and they're like up against the counter. Yeah, Space Florida, Space Louisiana's, yeah, it's kind of the same area a little bit there. How they're like leaning up against the counter asking the droid like where Fennec is or whatever, and they just look so intimidating. I'm like, I would not want to mess with those guys. Yeah, I love Fennec and those two's interactions in the episode. I love how Fennec kind of gets under their skin in many ways. And I love Omega and Crosshair's interactions on Pabu, you know, trying to get his hand looked at. Oh, it's not a physical thing, a mental thing. And then Omega teaching Crosshair how to meditate. That was so cool. Such a beautiful shot there when it's them, and then you see the sun setting in the distance. Yeah. Best spots of the episode when Omega and Crosshair trying to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, just that. Yeah, just them with the sun setting, with the meditating. Absolutely beautiful. I have to know Clone X's training. Yeah, the Batch can take down clone commandos again fully. Yeah, no, I agree, because they have that training room that you see in Tantis. So it's kind of weird what their training regimen's like. It's nothing like Camino. It's just like a big room. But yeah. Even better if Hunter or Wrecker actually flipped out Fennec instead of constantly taking shots. Yeah, I feel like they were just in that state, right? Where like they're so concerned about Omega's well-being that Fennec is able to get under their skin like that. Wrecker tries a couple of times where he's like, oh, and, you know, what are you gonna do? Oh, so we work for you, right? You know, he tries, but he does not succeed. Yeah, the sunset, just a absolute, yeah, I imagine it probably had to have been a matte painting, right? It had to have been. I feel like there's no way. I mean, it's possible that was fully animated, but gosh, it was just so good. Yeah, no, I think Bad Territory for me, oh man, I think it's got to be around here. I think I like it more than Cut and Run. Maybe more than Replacements. I don't know. I'll probably put it just right here for now. Yeah, I love the painting. I love the interactions with them. I love the character work that happens in this episode. And then we get a little tease of what happens next episode with Ventress in the Harbinger. Oh man. I don't know if I'll get heat for this one, but I'm not the biggest fan of this episode. I think it's cool that Ventress came back, but this episode really just felt like a backdoor pilot for me, which in many cases is fine. But it just didn't really land with me. I thought there was some really cool stuff in there. I like Ventress sort of showing her side of what she believes the Force is at this point in her life, right? I think that's cool. I like the hand-to-hand combat scene. The hand-to-hand combat scene with the Batch and Ventress was really cool. And then when their theme kicks in, when they get all their weapons back, that was really cool. I love that stuff. But in terms of the narrative, this episode just didn't really land with me. I wasn't the biggest fan. It was, yeah, because Ventress was sort of intentionally being vague about it, about Omega's M count, and then And then but she knows that she's in danger, but she's just she doesn't really break it to him, which I feel like is something that Ventress would do. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a terrible episode. I don't think it would go in bad or anything like this. I like it more than these two. See, I don't know if I'll put it at the top of average or at the bottom of good. I think I'll probably put it at the bottom of good. I think that might be fair. Bottom of good. I like all these other episodes more than this one. But yeah, this one, I think visually it was really cool. I think the soundtrack was good. I like Ventress's sort of tease there at the end where she's like, I still have a few lives left. I think that was good stuff. Yeah, it just felt very backdoor piloty for me. Yeah, I agree. I think the riot racing sequence was more entertaining. And then like Wrecker like fighting Moochie and stuff, that stuff was, yeah, I think I enjoy that more. Identity Crisis. Oh boy. Another episode that is completely void of the batch. Very, very solid episode. A very Emery episode. I think, dang man. At the very least, it's right below Shadows of Tantis for me. But that's, yeah, at least. It might go higher for sure. I love Emery's interactions with the kids. I love the stuff with Hemlock. I love Hemlock sort of just explaining away this whole reason why why Omega is so needed for her M count. It's so good. It's just so good. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Yeah, it is an incredible reprisal of daily routine. You're right. Yeah, her smile, just that small little smile that she gives when Eva at the end has the Juka doll. Yeah. Oh my gosh, such a good scene there. I think just Emery is sort of realizing as things are starting to fall apart more and more here. We're like, the experiments have stalled since Nalise's imprisonment and Omega's escape. And so now, she's put in this position, and now it's being revealed to her the misfortunes of Tantis, and you have Scorch over here that's like stunning a kid. Love that. At least he got to do something. That's fun. Emery and Cross are smiling, are like, yeah, they are, man. Like, golly, it's these characters that you just never see in these situations, and then they're put in these positions where they can open up and be happy. So yeah, the misfortunes of Tantis. That should just be like a name of one of the tracks, right? Like when Hemlock dies, that instead of one last fight, it should be called Misfortunes of Tantis. Because Scorch dies in that scene, Hemlock dies in that scene, then the big sad of Tantis. You're right. I loved, and then Cad Bane coming back in this episode was so cool. I didn't even realize until I was listening to the track again when Cad Bane arrives to capture Baron. His theme, the theme that's playing, is actually sort of like, it is exactly the same track as in which one? Reunion. Where's Reunion? I can't find Reunion. Wherever Reunion is. Did I put in very good? No, Cad Bane. Where's it? There it is. Goodness gracious. It's the same track that plays when Cad Bane and Hunter have their standoff, but that one's much more epic and grandiose. This one's sort of just like, not like goofy, but he's like coming in and he's like, taking the kid. So I love how it was that same theme. So that's kind of become Cad Bane's theme, which I like a lot. Yeah, aside from the one with Fennec on the facility, the decommissioned Camino facility, no like big like shootouts or whatever, right? He just, even though like he's totally a liar, because in Book of Boba he throws Boba Fett under the bus for working for the Empire when he does exactly that in this episode. Bane, with his bounty hunter way, is willing to do whatever it takes to throw people off their game. But yeah, no, I love how he was used in Identity Crisis. Very good stuff. And yeah, just an all-around banger of an episode, like you said. Just a banger of an episode. Love it. I'm going to put it above Shadows of Tantis for sure. I don't know if I could put it above Plan 99 for me, but I can definitely put it above Shadows of Tantis. That's for sure. Yeah, I remember when I saw in the trailer when we sort of got all these little teases of who was going to be in the season. Wolf and then Fennec, and then Bane. I was like, oh my gosh, we're getting this like a bounty hunter war or something, minus Wolf, but like we're getting a bounty hunter war in this. But no, I was okay with what we got. All right, point of no return. Goodness gracious. Another episode where things are sad and few things go right. This is very similar to Plan 99, just not the end of the show. Yeah, so CX2 finds Pabu, finds that Omega and the Batch are there, blows up the Marauder, injures Wrecker, the Empire is here now, Pabu's being ransacked in search of Omega. You've got, oh my gosh, and then like everyone's on the run, the team is split, like Hunter goes off to go steal a shuttle, and then he fails to do that. Yeah, it's just all kinds of things go wrong there. Yeah, just a mess. And we had great development, just one episode absolutely. Yeah, because you see all of her conflict, right? Like Emery is very much conflicted and Emery is lost, like the name of the track is. Yeah, just absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the hidden cave, yeah, it is. Yeah, Ventress uses it, CX2 uses it, Omega uses it for in like 17 plus years. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they really got to put like a timer or something over there for it. You can't stay there for too long. Fee uses it, yeah. I couldn't remember if that was what she meant when she said the hidden cavern, but yeah, that had to be what it was. Yeah, just great. Yeah, point of no return. Yeah, just oh my gosh, that ending sequence when Crosshair is gonna shoot the tracker, it misses. Oh, that was the shot he had to make. He missed. Absolutely gut-wrenching. And then he has a very similar, I mean, you can't see it because he's wearing the helmet, but you could just imagine that his face is just what Hunter sees at the end of season 2 when Omega gets taken. It's just grief, very much like Leia in Empire. TK's DC-15s. It said DC. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, that was a couple of times, right? It might have been in this episode, but definitely in on Extraction, right? When Wolf and the gang show up there. This episode would be the turning point into attacking Tantis, but instead he misses. Yeah, just absolutely, yeah. Just got right. And the music, oh, the Kiners did such good work with this, and and David Glenn Russell and whoever worked on this track, they just really just hit it in. That's like, yep, this is it right here. Yeah, I love how CX2 interacts with Omega and with Shep as well. I thought those were great scenes where Shep's like, oh, you're attacking our town unprovoked, and he's like, I haven't done it. I can do much worse, or whatever he says. I've hardly done anything yet. That was just great stuff. And then he says the word domicile, and people are like, oh my gosh, it's Tech. He used the word domicile. And then when Shep showed up, he's like, who are you? And Tech said that to who was it? It's either the Martez sisters or the dude in this episode, the season 2 premiere, that guy. Yeah, no, I just point of no return. Golly, if it isn't an S tier, it's an S tier. It's above War Mantle for me. I don't know if there's going to be any episodes that aren't S tiers from here on out, to be honest with you. To be perfectly honest, everything here might just be S from here on out. Yeah, it's got to be. Last scene where Omega takes a deep breath, takes the hat off, and readies herself. Yeah, oh yeah, she is undoubtedly a top character. And it's so sad too, because you got to imagine that she thinks that Crosshair made the shot, right? She's like, okay, I trust that my brother did this, but he didn't. But she's able to make do with that. I don't know if there's ever a point that she realizes that Crosshair missed, but I don't know. Yeah, no. Point of no return, definitely an S tier episode for me. Juggernaut, oh my gosh. Incredible action sequence. We get Rampart back, which was great. I never expected to see Rampart ever again. After he was thrown under the bus in the Senate, was taken away, I was like, okay, he's getting killed off screen. But surely enough, he's in prison, and they got to break him out so that they can figure out where Tantis is. And yeah, he was such a great addition. It's such a good dynamic that they have, like with him and Crosshair interacting. You know, he's like, CT9904. Cross is like, you remembered, how touching. And then like the couple of times when he's like, are you here to kill me? Tempting, but no. And he's like, oh, what? You're not going to kill me? Not yet. And stuns him. Just such a great interaction, great chemistry at that. Yeah, the target. Yeah, Noshir is one of my favorite actors in recent memory. If you know, for playing Rampart, for playing Bode, for playing Mysterio in Spider-Man 2, like he's done so many good things. I love Noshir's acting in this. Yeah, right. You kind of think that he might have like the Callus type redemption, where he goes through, he sees the wrong, and then he turns around like Agent Callus did. But surely enough, he is not like Callus. He was way too high up on the totem pole to make that change. But yeah, and I love the combat in this episode. I love the Hunter driving the Juggernaut was unbelievably cool. Again, like I said early on, like he did a 90-degree turn in a Juggernaut. That was insane. And then they're like, you know, playing chicken with the other one, and then they use it as a ramp to get over the bridge. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, very high intensity. And then you have Omega meeting the other kids as well, sort of planning things out, where she starts asking them questions of how things operate inside Tantis. I thought that was very good. Yeah. If you're not here to kill me and you're not letting me go, then you must need something from me. Yeah. Yeah, he was always going to, fall back into that, you know, state. Erebus Imperial Officer was competent, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah, because he knew how to handle the situation, even though I'm sure that they became, you know, not lazy, but just, you know, pretty safe in their state, where there haven't been any attempts or anything like that to break people out, but he knew what to do when the patch hijacked the turbo tank. Yeah, exactly, and they were so organized, right? Yeah, blowing up the guns, taking out the gunships, shot out the brakes, you know, so yeah, they were very organized, which is something that you don't really see up until this point. Yeah, Juggernaut is awesome. Very, very awesome episode. Oh man, it might be bottom of S tier for me. There's gonna be more S tier episodes, I guarantee. It's probably just gonna be all these last 3 episodes. I just think that they just really hit the mark for all of these from here on out. Yeah, Into the Breach. I don't know. There's just something about it where the Batch are just so organized, bringing Rampart back into the mix, Omega figuring things out inside the walls of Tantis. I love it all. At the very least, bottom of S or top of amazing for me, for sure. Yeah, oh my gosh, Into the Breach is unbelievable. I love when the team have to strip their armor of their colors. That was such a heartbreak, because they had the camera stay on that. You know, when Echo tosses the helmet to Hunter, he looks at it for a second. So it's like they're taking away their visual humanity so that they can save their daughter, which is really cool. Yeah, that's do your thing, sir. Oh, I don't think so. yeah, and that's what this thumbnail is, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, it's such a great... Yeah, Echo is just so done with this. He's like, you think we can trust this Hydro Snake? Oh my gosh, when they're in the shuttle and they throw the officer uniform to Rampart, he's like, I can't wear this. It's a captain's uniform. I was a vice admiral. You've been demoted. So good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I try to do good with the work that I do with stop motions or whatever it may be. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, and I love how just fed up Rampart, and he's like, oh, I hate clones. Yeah, very good. And then they get into the shuttle, or not the shuttle, they get into the station, and then Wrecker, has to deal with the guy. He's like, what division are you with? Then Rampart steps in and is like, my division. And if you have a problem with that, you can take it up with Governor Tarkin. He's flashing the Tarkin card, like I'm sure many officers would do from here on out. But yeah, and then the officer comes back, and then Wrecker takes care of him. And then they get to the communications center, and the dude's like, oh, I'm gonna need your identification, sir. And then they stun him, and Hunter catches him. That was great stuff. Yeah, he's quote unquote sidelines him. Yeah, takes his hat too for whatever reason, just to rub it in. But yeah, it's just great. And then they realize that, oh, wait a minute, we can't get the coordinates from the database because it's uploaded directly to the ship before they jump to hyperspace. So they Echo, oh my gosh, Echo's movements when he's getting into the ship. I remember I saw someone on Twitter, I think, said, like, it's like, this dude is a real ARC trooper. Like, the way that he's moving from crate to crate, like, sneaking around, oh my gosh, he was so good. This was like an Echo episode for sure. I mean, these 3 episodes are Echo episodes, but you know what I mean. Rampart getting pushed and shoved around by Crosshair. Yeah, he did not waste a single chance to just push him around. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, into the breach, yeah, and then at the end there, when Echo's on the ship, they're tailing just behind in the shuttle, and then they just show utmost confidence in Echo's abilities, where Crosshair is like, Echo's got this, and then Rampart is, he's probably been captured, abort the mission, Hunter, negative, and then puts on the juice on the engines, goes right underneath the ship, latches on right as Echo disables the sensors. They jump to hyperspace immediately. That was phenomenal ending. Yeah, point of no return. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it did. Yeah, absolutely. It really did. Yeah, and even more so once we get to cavalry, right, when they're on the bridge. But yeah, I'll definitely get to that here in a second. But yeah, Into the Breach, S tier for me. It's above Juggernaut for sure. And yeah, it really does, right? It gives this sort of sense of doom. Yeah, no, it's better than these. Yeah. Oh, do I like it more than Identity Crisis? Dang. I think, oh my gosh, I might like it more than Plan 99. What the heck? Oh, man. I'm putting it up here for right now. But yeah, no, because we're in the dark times, right? We're in the first few years of the Empire. Like, things have to go wrong, right? You would think so. And for the most part, things do in this show. But yeah, you really think, like, okay, wow, they could not make this. Like, this could not work. But Hunter and Crosshair and Wrecker's complete and utter faith in their teammate is just a very, very sweet message to give for their mission. Oh boy, on to Flash Strike. Flash Strike. My word. Oh boy. I mean, exactly, yeah. Like, we see that so many times in the show where Hunter fails to, rescue Omega a few times. We get, so many times, and then we lose our squad mates. It's, yeah. Favorite thing with Rampart running around like a chicken. Yeah, he was, man. Like, he just, oh my gosh, he just threw it all away. At the first sign of danger, he just took off. He was booking it. Yeah, I love their arrival on Tantis. It felt so, like, it picked up right after this one. Yeah, Screaming, yes, exactly. It picks up right after Into the Breach, right? Because, like, the music that kicks in to begin this episode was the music that outroed us in the last episode. So it's like, we are back to back here. And yeah, it's just the urgency continues where they detach from the science ship. Hunter plays chicken again with the shuttle on the V-wings. And is like blasting them as they're being shot at. It's just so good. They have to, repel from the ship. Rampart's losing his mind. He's screaming. And then his thing gets jammed and Hunter shoots it and he screams even louder. I'm telling you, Noshir is one of the best doing it right now. Everyone lands, they reconnect. Omega's, still plotting, gets out through the pneumatic tube system. She finds the Zillow Beast, finally. Yeah, just incredible stuff all around in this episode. But yeah, the team, they get closer to the base. They go, I can't think of the name of the creature. Not the Silax. Whatever, the big bear monster. That thing that looked like a Ultraman or Godzilla villain. Thought Rampart was gonna die like 20 times. Yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? Like, the bear monster could have killed him. The fall could have killed him. The stormtroopers could have just shot him. Yeah, there's so many times. But yeah, no, I love Rampart in this episode. Great stuff. Flash Strike, the penultimate episode to the finale. It's an S tier for me. It's gotta be. Man. I don't know if I like it as much as Into the Breach, but I mean, Rampart might just put it over for me. I'll put it before for right now. Yeah, Thought Wrecker, yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, because when he gets sliced by the monster, it's like, man, Wrecker's already been through a lot this season. Like when the Marauder blew up, and he was like out for the count, like, man. And then when he's when they're on the Juggernaut going to Fee's ship to like jump off and Wrecker almost fell. It's like, yeah, Wrecker's been in a bad way this season. So yeah, they really set him up for potential death. All right, yeah, cavalry has arrived. Final episode. I mean, obviously this is very awful, right? It's got to be like bottom tier. This is the worst thing ever. Not. It's one of the best. It's one of the best. Do I like it more than these two? Is it the best episode of the show? I don't know. It's definitely here, I think, for me. Yeah, he definitely can. He can definitely take a beating for sure. But yeah, what else is there to say about the cavalry has arrived? It's the perfect finale. Like, you can't do any better, I don't think. Like, it is the perfect finale. I don't want to go, I definitely, like, for me, 317 right now, I don't want to be talking about this one episode until, like, 4, but I could, but I'll cliff note it for sure, but, like, golly, like, everything is so perfect in this episode. Like, oh my goodness, Omega, leading the kids, she has become the squad leader. She is really coming to her own as her own person. She's not dependent on the Batch anymore. She did this all on her own. I mean, the Batch gave her the diversion to put the base into lockdown to escape, but this was all Omega's plan. The Batch struggling to get into the base. Hemlock is losing his mind as things are falling apart. Emery and Echo get to, oh my gosh, I need to talk about that with Flash Strike. When Echo steals the stormtrooper armor and takes the droid's hand. And then he's like sneaking around the base. That was so amazing. And then, like, I remember my jaw just dropped when he's in the science room. And then Emery is there. And he looks so suspicious. He's like clicking his hand back on. And then he starts to walk away and she goes, Echo. And I remember, I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. So yeah, no, just Echo is in such a prominent role in these, final few episodes, rightfully so. So yeah, Echo and Emery are doing their thing here. Gosh, what else is going on? Like, Hemlock and is doing that with the operatives. The operatives get their own squad. Are they the good batch? Are they the badder batch? Are they the worst batch? I don't know what they're called, but they were pretty good in that sequence. Yeah, what is there to say, man? This is just phenomenal. It's an all-timer, for sure. Yeah, just, oh my gosh, Omega releasing the Zillow Beast, and then Echo's, like, proud of her, Omega, she released the Zillow. How do you know? Because it's exactly what I do. And then, that scene that we mentioned before where it's like, Omega, or Echo or Omega? Omega. It's like, oh my gosh, just the confidence they have in one another. They went right through this. I mean, yeah, there were quite a few setbacks in this episode for sure with the Good Batch. But the how cohesive they were as a unit was just so cool. Yeah, just unbelievable. Unbelievably good stuff. I think one thing I definitely want to talk about with this episode, a couple things I definitely want to talk about this episode, is the catwalk scene. When Hemlock has Omega, and he's like, I know that this wasn't the idea because it's raining, and so their hair's like kind of, getting wet and kind of messed up. But like Hemlock's hair is like kind of coming undone when it was all like slicked back the whole show. And to me, that was just like, oh wow, he's like losing his mind now. Like, again, I know it's the rain messing up his hair, but it's like, it's so like his hair has come undone. So that tells me that he's losing his mind a little bit. And then, yeah, like, he's got Omega at gunpoint. He's, drop the blasters. He's, like, raising his voice beyond what we've ever heard before. It's so good. Yeah, the wildlife must have been scared to see a Zillow. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, yeah, there is a new apex predator on this planet, on Wayland. But Yeah, no, yeah, that scene, is probably my favorite scene. Um, Probably my favorite scene in the show is that catwalk scene because everything just comes to a climax here. Like, yeah, like when the hair goes crazy. Yeah, 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 right. Like, yeah, Hemlock is starting to lose it. They're trying to escape. Scorch is shot down. I put in my Scorch video, a million voices cried out and then were suddenly silenced. Um, and then yeah, Hemlock with Omega at gunpoint. Crosshair and Hunter are there. They're kind of loopy from being in the thing, but they've got their senses right. Crosshair now without a hand because that thing that was torturing him this whole season has finally been removed. So now he's able to have his confidence back again. He doesn't have it at first because he's, what if I miss when Hunter tells him to aim for the binders. But then Omega, she has the syringe or whatever, and she knows what to do. Crosshair, wait for her, then take the shot. And it's like the voice that Hunter is using in this scene is so like soothing. He's trying to calm Crosshair's concerns that he has. And then Omega nods to Crosshair. Crosshair nods to her. And then, Omega stabs Hemlock. Crosshair shoots the binders, and that was the shot that Crosshair needed to make the entire show because he's not had it this whole time, and especially in Point of No Return when he missed the beacon. That was the shot that had haunted him this whole time, and he made the shot that he needed to make. So yeah, that just really just complete full circle on his character in this season and in the show. But yeah, and then they turn Dr. Hemlock into Swiss cheese with how many bolts they shoot into him, and then he goes flying off the railing. And yeah, that scene, yeah, Smokey Hunter voice, yeah. But yeah, it's just, oh my gosh, and just the way that the scene was shot with the rain just coming down and the lightning sort of illuminating things briefly, as the team are trying to get their senses right, or at least Hunter and Crosshair are trying to get their senses right. One Last Fight is maybe my favorite track in the show. I've gone back and listened to it so many times since it came out. The way that the music crescendos when they nod at each other and then Omega stabs Hemlock and it cuts to a silence. Like, oh my gosh, that just built up so well. It was like one of the most like climactic moments, probably the most climactic moment of the show. But yeah, they send Hemlock flying to the depths, and then Omega's theme just rushing in as she goes in to hug Crosshair after seeing what he was able to accomplish, what he was able to overcome, and bring in Hunter for the hug as well. And then they leave Tantis. That was so good. Hoping to see actual Stormtrooper armor and see, Task Force 9, yeah, or I mentioned, yeah, I could see that, yeah. Yeah, I'll get to the ISD in a second, but yeah, the final victorious Omega theme that hits even harder than maybe I Am Ready. I agree, because it's just such a release, right? Like the whole time when Omega's in this situation, it's like, they're trying so hard to get her back, and she's struggling to escape in the first place, even though, she has the situation very well maintained, but like, this is the big reunion that needs to happen. And it's the big release of Omega's theme as she runs in to hug them. And yeah, it was Crosshair first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right? Because, yeah, Crosshair, after everything that he'd been through, this whole season is just, very, very deserved of it. So I'll bring that up right now. So the team escape. And once again, like when Emery said Echo's name, my jaw dropped. When they jump to hyperspace, and then the first time we ever see an Imperial Star Destroyer come out of hyperspace, I lost my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy, man. Like, this is the Empire. We have entered the Imperial era officially, I feel like. With Tarkin's arrival with the ISD, that was unbelievably cool. I love that so much, and it looks so good in the animation. I was thinking, okay, yeah, we are getting more of this beyond Tales of the Jedi. Like, we are getting a Rex and Echo series because they have to use this ISD more. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was thinking that exact same thing. I thought it was so funny how we just see pretty much our first canon appearance of an Imperial Star Destroyer, and then the next show, like 3 days later that comes out, we have like the reverse shot of that, where it's the establishing shot of the ISD from above with the Venators. I thought that was a really cool thing. I was like, oh my gosh, we just saw this in Bad Batch and now we see this in Tales. That's really cool. But yeah, no, just absolutely gorgeous seeing the ISD in this animation style. Very, very cool. And then Tarkin shutters Tantis and redirects all funding to Project Stardust, as he does, as he's good for doing. No, that's why I'm thinking we're definitely getting more. Like, there is a Rex show and an Echo show that is being made, and it will have more ISDs in that. I am so confident in that. Yeah, it was really good, really, really good. But yeah, I really just have no idea where else to go with, like, but before they're back on Pabu, of course. Like, I just love Echo's stuff in this episode. He's so good. He's so capable when he's fighting the CX troopers. And then again, that urgency of the music with one last fight going. It's like playing Hemlock's theme with a very triumphant type of feel to it. But then that's the last time you hear Hemlock's theme, as the engines get shot on the CX2 ship. Yeah, just an absolute beauty of an episode, and things are just jumping randomly into my mind, so sorry I'm all over the place with this episode. But like, when the Zillo Beast, right, when Omega releases the Zillo Beast and all the commandos are in there and the Zillo roars at them and it cuts immediately to Echo and Emery getting into the vault, I thought that was so good. Yeah, it was great, Val. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's just such a masterfully done finale. But no, I'll just go ahead and jump to the ending here, so I mean, we've been almost at this for 5 hours, but I didn't expect it to go this long. I definitely did not. But I'll go ahead and just sort of bring us toward the end of the series, or end of the show for here. But yeah, when he threw the spear, yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, it's like, even though he was sort of messed up by the re-education pod, like, he was still able to do it. Yeah, it's like right when CX2 gets pierced into the wall, it's like, that ain't Tech and that ain't Cody. We'll see Cody later. Tech is dead, and actually hit that time. It's like, wow, Tech is actually dead. But yeah, in many cases, it's like, yes, CX2 is dead. Let's go. It's like, oh man, well, Tech is actually dead now. That sucks. Yeah, no, I'm glad it wasn't Tech. Yeah, right, yeah. If it was him that was behind that decision, then, props to him. I think it was probably, Jen Corbett and the other, awesome folks that worked on the show, but I imagine he probably had some stock in what happened there. But yeah, no, I've just, oh my gosh, what an incredible finale. Yeah, no, I agree. Because, yeah, it would have undercut his finale, I think. It would have undercut his sacrifice. It's, it's such an important moment for his character and for the rest of the squad, and especially Omega. So, yeah, no, I'm glad. Especially knowing, how that would go later on when Omega has the goggles and, on her dashboard. It's really good. Yeah. Yeah, I was more confident it was Cody, but once we got to, like, what episode would it have been? Once we got to, like, Into the Breach or whatever, I was like, okay, it can't be Cody. Or, I mean, definitely not Tech, but it can't be Cody, because we would have had to establish that before. But yeah, no, yeah, to round out, we end on Pabu, the clones who are rescued from Tantis. They're free to do whatever they want, just like the Batch are. Whatever they want to be, kid, whatever they want. They can finally be the family that they were always meant to be. Just minus Tech, sadly, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they did it right, then it would have made sense, but in hindsight, I'm glad they didn't, because we need CX2, or not CX2, we need Cody's story to conclude with Rex. Yeah, that's just how it has to be. But yeah, I love that ending there on Pabu, when this thumbnail right here for the picture, where they're all sitting down, fades to black, absolutely beautiful moment. It could have ended right there, it really could have. But nope, they held on with the black screen, fade in on Pabu with the same shot that they used for Tantis a couple of times, where it's facing down. I was like, oh my, what happened to Mount Tantis? But it was not Mount Tantis, it was Pabu. Because I guess Pabu, it makes sense for Pabu to be the antithesis of Tantis. You know, it's Tantis is a place of dread and fear and misery and just a poor existence. And then on Pabu, it's luxury, it's paradise, it's too good to be true. Like, it's, yeah, I love how they use that down facing shot on it. Yeah, the epilogue, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm sure it's gonna hit me just talking about it right now. But yeah, like, you know, at first when we see this older woman walking on the beach, this not older woman, but someone who is older than they once were, walking on the beach, I was like, okay, is this Fee? For some reason I thought it was Fee, just because it was you know, the you don't see the person's face, you don't really see anything, and the shadow kind of like darkened her hair a little bit, so I was like, okay, this could be Fee. I get, we're setting up a sequel for something maybe. And then it sort of clicked with me when they're walking into the cave. I was like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, no, this is an older Omega. Yeah, one YouTuber mentioned how the mirroring of Pabu with Tantis shows how both, although different, both eventually become yes, right, exactly. And that's a great point, because Omega is fleeing the nest, right? Like, yeah, absolutely, that's a great connection. Yeah, so then Omega goes to the light, she turns it on, it's her, grown up now. And then when I was watching people react to the episode, I'm surprised that they saw Batcher, but not Hunter sitting right next to her. Because I saw Hunter right away, and I was kind of surprised when the attention wasn't drawn to him immediately, because it took a second. Yeah, and then you see the tiny version of the Marauder, which was... yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, incredible piece. It's just a more like ambient synthetic, you know? But yeah, so you see Omega go into the cave talking with Hunter. She's going to join the rebellion. Hunter doesn't want to. He wants to keep her safe, but Omega's ready, but Hunter is not. They stand up, beautiful hug with the incredible track playing. And then, yeah, and then she goes off. And there was for some reason, when she's walking up the stair, when she's like running up the stairs, and Hunter goes, Omega, like for some reason that just hit me. Like, because he's always said her name in this show, right? He said her name so many times in this show. But this was like the one that was like the comforting one, you know? Because before it's like, Omega, you know, it's like, he's like, he's stressed out, or he's like, you know, worried about her, whatever it may be. But this is the one time where it's like, it's not consoling, but it's like, you know, it's at peace, you know. He's like, Omega, you know, or is offering the services of the batch should she need them. Yeah, depending on when this takes place, Omega would probably have met Rex and worked for the Ghost Crew. Yeah, I don't know, because I've seen some theories. For me personally, I think I bring it up in my timeline video. I think this takes place after A New Hope, which, I mean, Rex would definitely still be with them by that point, or maybe he's just on Lothal, I don't know. But yeah, imagining the old batch going again, one last hurrah against the Empire, that would be so cool. I mean, the door is always open at this point, right? The door is always open for them, which I'm so happy about. But yeah, then Omega gets into the cockpit, sits down, adjusts Tech's goggles. Most beautiful thing ever. The ship takes off. Batcher whining a little bit. Don't worry, girl. She'll be fine. And then Hunter turns off the light and they leave as Omega soars off into the moonlight. And man, there was no better ending for this show. I don't think there could have been a single better ending. If most of the squad died, or whatever, I don't think it would have been as good as what we got here. And it's not just because they lived and they got a happy ending, but like just because it's so meaningful, right? Like there's a reason that it was just Hunter and Omega, and not like Wrecker and Crosshair being there, right? Like it was Hunter and Omega. It's them two. They've had the biggest dynamic of the whole show, and it really just shows how much Omega's grown up, and what that means for all of them. Yeah, Omega's theme melts into the final reprisal. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. When yeah, because it's not necessarily a passing of the torch, but just a next step in this story, right? Like, it's not like Omega's taken the torch of the entire batch. She's just one person. But like, yeah, just transitioning that theme, and then oh my gosh, when the piano starts going, I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys couldn't have done that at a better time. Didn't expect to have happily ever after ending, but the emotions, yeah, exactly. I'm totally with you. it was so deserved for all these characters, because you see them go through so much in this show, especially. Like, yeah, the first 2 seasons, their finales were not happy endings. Like, no way. Camino is destroyed in the finale season 1. Season 2, Tech is gone, and then Omega's taken. So, you know, it's just, there's no happy ending in those 2 seasons. But now we finally get this, you know, this breather, this, you know, this retirement for them, which is so earned. Yeah, Omega's theme, Bad Batch theme, credits, sacrifice. Yeah, Omega's theme really I mean, and the mimicking, or not mimicking, the mirroring, the parallels of Omega's first time in space at the end of the first episode of the show. And then you have the ending of this episode where, again, Omega's theme is playing. And not only is it Omega having Tech's goggles there, because he was the one on the controls going into hyperspace at the end of the first episode. She has a piece of Tech with him, but she's the one flying the ship. And that's exactly right. It's like poetry, it rhymes. But yeah, just an absolutely beautiful ending to this show. Couldn't get any better. It couldn't be any better. And I think, man, I want to put it here at the top. But I feel like I can't do that. Does the return in the outpost mean that much more? I think for right now, we're just going to put it up there. That's what I said. I'll just put it up there for right now, just for how much this episode means to me and how much it perfectly wraps up everything. I know it might be a cliche to put the finale at the top spot. I don't know. For me, that just kind of feels right for this show. It just feels earned, I feel like. Like, for me, like, for the, you know, like, yeah, I guess the Clone Wars finale, but I consider that a movie, to be honest. That's my favorite Star Wars movie, is the Clone Wars finale. But, like, you know, I'd probably put that at the top. But for Rebels, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, Infested. Yeah, you might be right. I might have to reconsider Infested down here. Or was this say Infested? Yeah, Infested. I think that's the name of the episode. I think that might have to be at the top spot. Roland Durand, he deserves it. I think Infested and Paths Unknown definitely deserve the 2 top spots just for Roland Durand. And come on now. But yeah, that seems like a solid list for me. I feel like he really is. I mean, come on, you learn about his mother. He's trying to live up to her name with the Durand Syndicate on Devron. You know, he's just got it. He's got it made. Yeah, this is our final listing here. I feel like. I've been thinking about it as we've been adding these. I feel pretty content with what I have here. Yeah, I feel pretty content with these. Cavalry's Arrive being the top, Juggernaut being the end of excellent, I feel like works. Extraction being the top of amazing, I think works. Truth and Consequences, I really like. I'm actually put Truth and Consequences above Reunion. Excuse me. Yeah, probably do that. Man, I think I'll put the Crossing above Clone Conspiracy. Top of Very Good. I feel like Tribe is fair at the end of Very Good. Entombed at the top of Good. Harbinger at the end of Good, I think works. Because, yeah, Harbinger just for me is the bridge between good and average. Yeah, I think so. I think this is pretty solid. Yeah, I feel like this is I feel pretty content with this list. Yeah. Because, yeah, the Outpost and the Return are, like, forever going to be, like, comfort episodes for me. Probably the Solitary Clone as well. Confined if I just want to be sad for a second and then get that little brief moment of hope at the end of the episode. But no, yeah, the Return and the Outpost are just 2 of just my favorite things ever. And then, yeah, Solitary Clone as well. So, yeah, you just work out. Yeah. Golly. Bad Batch. My favorite Star Wars show. For sure. I don't know if I said that at the beginning. I was planning on it, but yeah, no. Bad Batch is my favorite Star Wars show, I think, without question. I don't know why I said I think there. I know for a fact that the Bad Batch is my favorite Star Wars show. It's just, yeah, this show just means so much to me. I know it means so much to a lot of other people as well, which is awesome. I feel like they just really nailed it with this show. You have a couple of moments like Retrieval and Infested, which is fine, but when you got this, you have these Very Good all the way up to Cavalry's Arrived. That's top of the line right there. Yeah. Very good. Very, very good. That is the list. I think I'm going to finalize that. I don't know. I don't want to hit save right now, but we'll do that later. But yeah, that's going to do it for me. I need water. I haven't had any water at all. It's like been hours. Golly, I feel my throat is tightening up. It's hurting. I need some water. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out and talking with me during this tier list. It was an absolute blast. I mean, like I said, The Bad Batch is my favorite show, and when I get to just talk about this show in any capacity, I feel like my day is that much better. Because yeah, this show is just an absolute dream and just such a blast to talk about in any capacity. If it's just one episode or one character, right? Like, this show is just such a dream to talk about. Yeah, same here. Same here. It's just so good. Such a good show. But yeah, I do too. I'm excited. Like, I know people are saying like, oh, this is sort of the end of the Clone Wars thing, right? I don't think so. I think that with this Rex and Echo sequel that we're probably definitely getting, that'll probably be the wrap. But for now, I'm really enjoying what we got here, and I love how it connects to the broader universe as well, with how much it adds to the lore. But yeah. All right. Well, that's going to do it for me. Once again, thank you guys so much. Any stuff? Oh, I have so much stuff planned for the Bad Batch. I have lots of video scripts that I've written out. I think next week, probably next Friday, I want to do a character tier list for each character in the show. I don't know if it's going to go as long as this one did, but it might, depending on how many people are in the list. Yeah, I'd love to do a character tier list for the batch. I have lots more stuff planned for just videos just talking about lore in the show. Yeah, Roland's gonna be top tier for sure, right? He's gotta be S tier character. Yeah, thank you so much. That would be awesome. That'd be awesome to have as many as possible in here. But yeah, and hopefully, I wasn't really checking the levels, but yeah, Roland and Mucci, that's right. Hopefully the SWTOR music that I had going in the background was good audio-wise. Hopefully that all worked, and hopefully my audio worked well with that as well. Hopefully it was all balanced out pretty well for this stream. If it was, then I'll just keep the same settings for next time. Yes, and Ruby. If Ruby's in the list, then probably, yeah, gotta be. But yeah, all right. I'm calling it there. Once again, thank you guys so much. Thank you. And yeah, probably next week I'll be coming back with a character stream. All right, guys. Thank you so much. And yeah, take care, everybody. You too.